What soy? Hello. Oh, that is the wrong screen. Why am I like this? Hello, hello. Oh, and now it's frozen. Now it's frozen. Great. Why do I keep breaking this thing? Hello, everyone. Good morning, and afternoon, and evening. I managed to break my transition again. Good grief. I'll try and fix that. Instant popularity potion. I can finally get friends. Chat's your friend. Good evening. Good afternoon. You're living in European time now, Zon. Too much Final Fantasy 14. But yes, hello everyone. As I try and fix my transition, because I mean, nothing wrong with us being on the gaming screen. Well, we're going to be using the gaming screen. But if I don't fix the transitions, then how are we going to go to the be right back when I got to go to the bathroom? Why does everything happen to me? I just misclicked. And now it's all over. How am I gonna... How did I get this to fix last time? Alright, well, while I monkey about this, hello everyone. Enjoy your fishing, enjoy your weekend. Enjoy everything going on. How is your Sunday? It is hot as heck over here. To the point that I actually went and turned off my PC for like an hour before stream because I'm like, I need to let the room cool off before I'm gonna sit here for 4 hours. Terrible. Welcome to Humidity 101. Canada is not cold. It is a land of extremes. So yeah, I made iced coffee. Well, I guess just cold coffee. And I have a baked sweet potato. What are we playing? Umineko. It is yet another Umineko day. Canada, is it cold? You've been lied to? Yes. It does get cold, but on the flip side, it also gets super freaking hot, so you know. Is it working? Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Ah, there we go. I live! Well, I mean... Am I a real life form? Compared to what? What does that even mean? Are you asking if I'm like an AI? Good afternoon, good evening, and good night. Ah, compared to human. Well, yes, the Truman Show reference. Or animal? I mean, I started out as a cat. I have transformation powers. Ergo, why I am like a hybrid. I'm a familiar. I am a magical creature. I am not technically human. I can turn into a human form, but I'm not technically human. Am I real then and not fictional? I mean, I'm here talking to you. What do you think? She evolved with EXP. Yeah. You are unfollowed. Well, alright, bye. The parasocials showed themselves out. Phew! Hold up, alrighty. As they say, go piss, girl. Regardless of your gender. Yeah, it's like, what? They're not. It's like, what? You're not actually anime girl? Unfortunately, no, I am not actually anime girl. How's my day so far? So far, day has been pretty decent. Like I said, it's hot and humid, which is fun. So, like, before stream started, I actually shut down the PC for like an hour so I could cool the room off a bit before, you know, we're here for like 4 more hours. And at least with Umineko, like, I mean, I love the music, but I could get by streaming Umineko without having my headphones on, so that also reduces the heat, which is nice. And how is everyone else's day going? It is... Goodness, it's already the end of July. Ranger's birthday soon. That's crazy. Time frickin' flies. Time frickin' flies. It's Aduna's birthday. My bestie in a week as well. Oh my god. And then it's gonna be mine soon. Well, 8 weeks. 8 weeks. God, I have 8 weeks to plan my streams. Ah! Like, you know, I have been, want some red velvet cake pops? I took out the fridge. Ooh! I mean, by all means. Homemade? Oh, that's fancy. That's fancy. We were just talking about, red velvet cake in the Discord last night, weren't we? I zoned out and I, like, was playing games, and then I looked back and I saw some sort of discussion about, cake. Cake. Man, no clue if we'll have time for it when we go to the big city for our concert, next week. But if it's possible, I wanna get a cheesecake to bring back. You're like, a cheesecake specifically from your trip? Listen. In the big city, they have the good bakeries, including the Japanese bakeries. I want the Japanese style, like, souffle cheesecake. Not the normal, like, American cheesecake. It's a very different experience, so it's like, yeah, cannot get the souffle-style cheesecake where I live right now, so anytime I end up in the big city where I know there are bakeries that have them that I like, that I've had them at before, I'm like, is there time? Sometimes there is, sometimes there isn't, unfortunately, because usually if we have a hotel, like, in the downtown area of the big city, I'm usually able to go, like, wait in line, like, early in the morning. But we're not gonna be downtown, so it's like, oh. You know, an Umineko? Wah, 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 wah. Can I get some Castella? It is specifically a cheesecake place. I don't know if they make other cakes there. Original cheesecake, they've got ube cheesecake now. Ooh. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Cheese tarts. Hailing from Hokkaido, our cheese tarts have a flaky buttery crust filled with a classic cheese mousse filling. That feels like too much cheese. That sounds interesting. You got me with the ube. Everyone loves ube. Cheesecake biscotti. Rice baked, slightly sweet, and perfectly crisp. Ooh. Yum, 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 yum. I was on the website, so I was like, they're like, view. I was like, view all locations. And it's like, here they are. There's 2 of them. I'm like, Okay, that's the US site. What about Canada? God, you always need a different website for Canada. No way, the website looks so much worse in Canada. It looks like, whatever, I guess. Store locations. Come on. You got gifted 16 gift subs this week? You get a lot. You get around, buddy. Union Station, Scarborough. Sorry, I got excited. There's a cheesecake place close to where Mama and Pop, the specific Japanese cheesecake, they expanded. Now there's one near where Mama and Papa Mellis live. I can't actually get the cheesecake. Ah! Nice. Let's go! Melly's going to the same auto show? Nice! I mean, there's limited options in Canada. I think the ones closest would be here in like the Toronto one, and then also Montreal. Is that Silvervale? That is indeed Silvervale. Okay, where's Elvis? Oh, it's Ottawa, not Oshawa. I'm stupid. Never mind. Wrong city! That is not by Mama and Papa Mel's place. Never mind. Never mind. Walked to the info booth, asked for importing updates on your favorite Yuri manga, failed to elaborate, and walked out. What's your favorite Yuri manga? I ask it back to you. What's my favorite manga? Gosh, I read so much. I'm trying to think. Skippin' Loafer is very good if we're just talking general and not specifically Yuri manga. Good Yuri manga I've been reading. What was it? The Monster Wants to Eat Me? Is that the actual title, though? Whisper Me a Love Song's good. I just started reading that. The artist is drawing the manga for that, There's no way I'll be your girlfriend unless series. So I just picked up Whisper Me a Love Song again. I got like volume 1 ages ago. Series yapping from the bed. What? Happy Sugar Life. Oh god. I mean, I guess that's technically a Yuri. That's more psychological horror than like a romance, though. Yeah, it's The Monster Wants to Eat Me is a Yuri series I really like. They're coming out with an anime for it, which will be nice. The guy she was into wasn't actually a guy. Also very good. Kase-san and series is cute if you just want something mostly fluffy. And if you're down for something a little bit more lewd, I have just started reading I Can't Tell Which One Is Love, which is like a harem situation where all the so think of like all like those like typical like ecchi like harem manga where like all the girls go for a guy, but this time it's a girl. The girl herself is actually like a lesbian, so it's not like she doesn't want the attention. She's just kind of dense and doesn't realize all the attention she's getting. The Moon on a Rainy Night is also a good one. That's a Yuri where one of the girls is deaf. I Want to Love You Till Your Dying Days That's really good, though that one gets really sad really fast. Do you count Zombieland Saga and Medical Magica as Yuri? Not really. Like, that's a bit more bait than anything. Medical Magica? Like, you could argue it's Yuri. But it's not like canon Yuri kind of thing. You have to read between the lines. Because, you know, sometimes there are series where it's like these characters are actually straight, but the whole reason there isn't a male character around them is because the nerds would lose their freaking mind if another man breathed within 5 inches of them. Oh god, Strawberry Panic. Man. Liking Strawberry Panic dates you so much. Like, in the best, like, in a good way, just because, like, that was probably my first Yuri series? No. I can't tell if I read Strawberry Panic first or, Maria-sama ga Miteru. But Strawberry Panic and Maria-sama are, like, very, very similar. Dates us? Yeah. I said you in, like, the royal sense, so don't worry. And yeah, I guess Fate's, Prisma Ilia is technically Yuri. Sort of. It is very much at least, bisexual friendly. How many episodes was Maria-sama? Oh god, that is so many seasons, I can't figure it out. It's like 50 episodes? All of a sudden, I was like, what if we watched Maria-sama in the Discord at some point? Oh god. The frickin' chart. Most of the characters either attend Lillian School for Girls, or in the case of male characters, are related to or dating a student. There are male characters in Maria-sama? Fake. Fake. Fake series. That is crazy. Oh, what's that other? Onisama, eh? I'm assuming, all the hardcore Yuri fans are eating a lot better in the last few years? Yeah. Like, I always considered Maria-sama as, like, you know, classic Yuri, but looking at it, I guess not. The modern Yuri trend, in addition to reviving the classic S genre. Ah, yes. Ah, the class S. basically old Yuri mangas or like even novels, the whole idea of Class S was it's like, oh, if it's an all-girls school and there's no men, then of course the girls are gonna end up dating each other. But when they graduate, obviously they're gonna still marry a man. That's what the Class S genre is, and I hate it. So never mind, forget Maria-sama. Maria-sama is dead to me. But yeah, gay for the stay, literally. Did we watch Kobayashi Maid Dragon yet? We have not. Not in the Discord anyway. I have watched Kobayashi myself, but yeah, no. Prisma Ilia is actually really good. I only ever heard of it in a negative context, and then I used to do this thing where if I have a really bad day, I would go buy some cheap alcoholic cider and then watch an anime that I heard was like bad or had bad reviews so I could laugh at it. I tried to do that with Prisma Ilia because I heard it was garbage. It is not actually garbage. Surprisingly. Season 2 is like kind of suffers. Season 2, they added Chloe, who is pretty much the reason I think the anime has like the bad reputation it does, because she's a pest. But then it picks up again in season 3, so like just ignore season 2 / get through it as best you can, and then it picks up again. Season 1, I was like, why did no one tell me it was this good? What? What? Now, what was that other Yuri's? Oh yeah, there we go. Oni-sama e. Now this one is crazy. Like straight up like the stuff of Kodacha. Like it was another one of those, Oni-sama-e is one of those other series where they like changed the anime drastically from what the manga was. That was like, I guess that was the period where they're like, we wanna make this series. It's weird nowadays when you check a manga after watching the anime because it's exactly the same. Yeah, they used to have a lot more flexibility back in the day, I guess. Now, if the anime is not a perfect 1v1 adaptation of the manga, people will eat you alive. I think it's just the expectations have changed too. Because I've seen people talk about recently where they're like, because they watched FMA Brotherhood and then they finally went and watched the first FMA anime that like has like a different plot in some places, and they were like, wait a second, the original FMA anime is actually good? It's like, yeah, it was good. It was just different. It was just different from the manga. The manga was like still running when that anime came out, so of course they had to just like, you know, they had to run with it. Tomo-chan is a girl. Oh, I vaguely know that one. Isn't that like the girl, she's a tomboy? But everyone like treats her as a boy, but it's like a straight romance. Yes, it is. That's exactly the one I was thinking of. I mean, it looks like it's fun. But whenever I see that kind of plot, I'm like, this should have just been a Yuri. That's just me, though. Still love OG FMA anime Wrath? Oh, yeah! That was a good one. That was a good twist. Also, what was another? But yeah, there's lots of crazy, interesting anime out there. Ah, yes, this is Onisama is another one that has like the dear S, like the S class genre thing where the main girl ends up marrying a dude in the end, but like she had like crazy tragic lesbian romance stuff happening in the high school. Crazy. But yeah, anyway. I could keep yapping about stuff forever. Let me at least start loading up Umineko. It would be like if One Piece ends with them giving up on adventure and just retiring, you know? Yeah. I hope you're doing well. But yeah, oh my god, the... Where was my brain going? I lost my train of thought, oh no. And community subs, thank you. That's so nice of you. What was I trying to... Right. About the S, like the S class, like genre thing. Because I talked about it before, how there were like gay characters in older Hollywood movies, but the stipulation was... you had to have the characters conform to the morals of the day, and that's why they always have like some kind of tragic ending. So the S-class genre just reminds me of that. It's like, oh yeah, you can write about lesbians. It has to be a phase and they have to marry a man at the end or die though. Your otaku friend just sent you a new anime suggestion through Discord. Oh my. Random suggestions from friends can be good or bad sometimes. Don't miss me, Now title. Now that's a title. Like how American shows could have kids do bad things, but they have to learn a lesson at the end. Yeah, basically. She looks cute. I looked it up. It is a manga. It is a manga and also an anime that's going to be coming out in October. Her classmate who offers to help train her become better at blood sucking. Okay. Bro's got a fetish and he's indulging it. Good for him. A Yuri manga about a secret vampire at school. There have been some Yuri mangas that have vampire characters, but yeah. You watched 35 episodes of Mushoku Tensei in one sitting? Wow. You're crazy. You're crazy, man. Mushoku Tensei is one of those series where it's like everyone either like worships the ground it walks on, or like they want to burn it. Like they think it's like they think we should go back to book burning just for this series. Which is interesting because I mean, you'll always get diverse opinions about a series, but the sheer polarity in opinions for Mushoku Tensei always throws me off. I'm lucky if I could sit through 3 eps of anything before napping. Mood. We're old. We're old, Rad. That's... Literally, sometimes I'll be like, I'm just gonna go chill on the bed with the cats. I'll put some anime or something on my iPad. And then, like, within 15 minutes, it's like, I'm gone. You can't sleep. Try and stay awake when you're surrounded by sleeping cats. Mission impossible. Good thing we're not watching more than 3 episodes of anything tonight. Prince of Tennis is special, man. Those episodes just blur together. Your neighbors complained about your laugh? Oh, man. Yeah, I've learned not to play games or watch anime with the windows open. Things tend to go very, very wrong. There we go. Alright, let me have a sip of coffee and have a bite of my sweet potato, and then we can get rolling with the game. You laughed for like 10 minutes? I mean... Sometimes that happens. Sometimes you just get so completely taken off guard that, like, you lose it. That's me with, like, the AI, the Somnium File games. Umineko time? Umineko time! We are... I, like, vaguely checked a summary just to, like, see and guess how far along we are. We're, like, about halfway through this chapter, at least. Like, I found a summary, and then I scrolled down to where we were, and then I guesstimated based on how much more of the page there is. Time to finish the last 14 episodes. Lurking, okay, have fun. Good luck with Mushoku Tensei. May Rudy be with you. Something, 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 something. Yeah, so like the chapter is divided into like 22 sections, and that includes like the tea party and that question mark section that you pick from the main menu. And we're like on 16. So we're getting there. Can't be a big sister yet? Not with that attitude, you can't. But yes, big sis refers to me. I mean, it's just a bot. It's doing its best. It's using its programming to do its best. Doesn't always get things accurate. Alright, last time, Kumasawa's dead. Dr. Nanjo's dead. Some goat turned into Kanon and attacked them. And now, you know, the bodies are gone. So we're gonna see how this goes. Now it's clear. There's no longer any reason to doubt. Huh? What are you saying? Oh no. Here we go again! You kept saying those two were dead, but they aren't here. And now we have this letter from Beatrice, where she's been kind enough to confess that she carried the corpses off. It's as simple as that. I've had enough of this farce. Saint Rosa yelled as she looked at all of us with a fierce expression. What do you mean by farce? I said it in Jessica's room. You can't trust anyone but yourselves and those whose corpses have been found. And since we can't find the corpses of those two people, we must not accept that they've been killed. Please wait, Aunt Rosa. What do you mean by that? Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san aren't dead, they're alive. We're supposed to believe that they've been killed, but they're definitely hiding somewhere in this mansion so that they can attack us. Dr. Nanjo, too? How did you know that? Are you saying that Goda-san and the rest are lying? Rosa-sama, I, Goda, know all of the Ushinomiya family servants. We all swear that none of the sort happened. You all say that those two were killed. But since there are no corpses, we mustn't believe you. There's a chance that you worked out a story beforehand that you're lying. There's a good way to prove your innocence, isn't there? It is? Oh, it is. Thanks. I turned it down, and then I guess it's already quite loud. Thank you, thank you. Find Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san's bodies. If you can find them, then maybe I'll start listening to your story. But until you do, you cannot deny that you are all wolves. You! And you! I'll bet you were all bought by that witch, that your eyes were blinded by gold. Do you really want the money that much? That's right, isn't it? You want to live the easy life for as long as you live? What value could a life like that possibly have? Rosa-sama! We couldn't have. Be silent, and Shannon, don't get any closer. To think you'd repay a 10-year-long debt of gratitude with betrayal. I'll pull the trigger without mercy. Okay, girl. Deep breath. Deep breath. How could you? It's too cruel. Aunt Rosa? Aunt Rosa has lost it. Aunt Rosa isn't in the room with us. That's horrible. A murder occurred in this room, and then the culprit carried the corpses away. All they're doing is honestly reporting what they saw. Shannon had finally broken down in tears. She had sacrificed 10 years to the Uchinomiya family. She had sacrificed 10 of the most brilliant years of her life. She'd believed that she'd built up a friendly relationship with Rosa, and this was what she got in return. You can kill a person without using a knife. It did have to be George Aniki to realize that Shannon-chan had been stabbed deep in the heart, that she was shedding tears like blood. Shannon-san, stay back. Rosa-sama, it is true that I, Goda, have not served for many years, and I understand that I have not earned your trust. However, could you not believe in Shannon-san at least? She has sacrificed a full 10 years in service to the Uchinomiya family. I'm not telling you to believe me. At the very least, can't you believe in Shannon-san? She's right. Goda being like a good guy and standing up for everyone, though, that's crazy. Chapter 1 painted him as like such like a only looking out for himself dude. But even I don't understand anymore. I don't understand. We can't search for an answer without suspecting them. Yet, bit by bit, I'm starting to understand. It's because we've been searching an answer. That's why everything keeps going wrong. We don't need an answer. These are all strange murders committed with bizarre magic by the 19th person, the witch Beatrice, in accordance with some creepy ceremony. Isn't that enough? I don't want to suspect anyone anymore. Shannon-chan and Goda-san were protesting their innocence, half crying. Genji-san quietly put a stop to that. Enough. What Rosa-sama says is quite sensible. Until we find the corpses, we cannot prove Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's innocence. That's right. By Rosa-san's argument, if their corpses can be found, then the innocence of those people alone can be proven. But that only counted for the corpses. Even if the survivors searched the mansion and found the corpses, in the end, their own innocence would never be proven. They kidnapped Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san, killed them in another place, and locked the closed room with their own master keys. Unless the closed room could be broken by a method other than that one, it would be impossible to prove their innocence. But that couldn't be done. They only have one chance to prove their innocence. That can only happen if they meet with the culprit, become corpses, and are then reunited with Aunt Rosa. Isn't that strange? They're innocent if they die, but guilty as long as they're alive? Just like a witch trial? Oh, right. The enemy's a witch. So everything's cool? Is that it? Rosa-sama? We are furniture and service to the Uchinomiya family. Whether you trust us or not is of no business of ours. No matter what assessment you give me, we will merely continue to serve until our final hour. You really are a model servant. I deeply understand why Father trusts you. It really is heart-rending that I must suspect even you. Genji-san stuck his hand in his pocket and pulled out a master key. Then he set it on a nearby table. I believe I was given this as a sign of the trust placed in me. If that trust has been lost, I think it only natural that I return it. That's a good decision. Those master keys are the main reason you've been suspected several times today. It may seem elementary that letting go of those might clear away that suspicion, but I don't think it's a bad thing. You too? Genji-san looked at Goda-san and Shannon-chan. The two of them nodded and set their own master keys on the table. And Rosa laid the two master keys that had come out of the envelope on top. With that, all 5 master keys were gathered in this place. In other words, this was proof that all of the servants' service until today had been negated, with even the final honor that should have been permitted stripped away from them. Maria, give me that handbag. Ugh, give it back! And Rosa snatched Maria's handbag, tossed the master keys in there, and held up one of them for all to see. She was showing us that she now had all the master keys. Are you satisfied now, Aunt Rosa? Now you have all the master keys. Doesn't that satisfy you? Yes, I'm satisfied. Even if I can't trust anyone else, I can at least trust myself. I've been able to get the gun and all the master keys for myself. Now I don't have to suspect anyone. You all are happy too, I take it? Now you don't have to be suspected anymore. She has lost it. At that time, Maria, who alone seemed to be watching this as though it were a show, sneered at her mother. And Rosa reacted nervously to that laugh and turned around. Keys don't have anything to do with this. Beatrice can open doors with magic. She doesn't need keys. It doesn't matter who has or doesn't have something like that. Don't I always tell you to stop laughing like that? What is it, Battlergun? I had just cut in between the two of them. No, that's not it. I was on my knees and hugging Maria's head. I was crying. Just stop it already, Aunt Rosa. Maria was right. What are you talking about? Maria, I'm sorry for doubting. I'm sorry for not believing. Battler, it was all the witches doing. The witches doing. All that stuff about tricks in closed rooms doesn't matter. It's just that the witch Beatrice actually exists. And she's really a witch. And because I did believe, it's been so painful and so sad. You believe in Beatrice? Yes, I believe. Beatrice exists. And she's a witch who uses strange magic. Battler. Well, he cracked. Maria let go of my hand, and then she was the one holding my head. That's enough, Battler. Beatrice existed. You had so much trouble believing, so you couldn't see her. Witches exist. They exist, and will come soon. You believed in Bieto, so you'll surely be invited to the Golden Land. Very soon now. It will happen very soon. So there's nothing to be afraid of anymore. There's no need to be afraid, okay? Stay with me, hands joined, okay? Let's think about the riddle of the epitaph together. Let's think about Bieto's puzzle. Bieto has been saying it from the beginning. She hasn't said anything other than, let's play and solve this puzzle. Right, she did. Searching for the culprit was just a waste of time. If only we had just believed it, the witch. After gently brushing my cheeks as my tears kept dripping down, Maria kissed my forehead as softly as a feather. For just that instant, Maria's smile, which had once seemed creepy to me, looked like that of an angel. We have returned the master keys, but our loyalty to Ushiro Miya family will not change. From now on, we will not enter the parlor without permission. Rosa-sama, please lock the parlor from the inside. You truly are an admirable person. When the typhoon passes, if the cries of the seagulls return to this island again, I wonder if we'll be able to trust each other once more. If you were to grant us your trust once again, there could be no greater pleasure. I see. We'll definitely be able to understand each other when the seagulls cry. Hey, title drop! It would probably be best if we left this room as is until the police come. Rosa-sama, if you would please lock it. We will return to the kitchen. If you need anything, please command us at any time. Thank you. If you are a wolf, how shamelessly you speak. And if you are a sheep, then I'm sorry for throwing you into the cage of wolves. Furniture entrusts its fate to the family. If I could regain your trust by giving up this life of mine, I would consider it a great honor. I hope you all manage to remain safe until the typhoon passes, if such a thing is possible. This is all a rhapsody of blowing winds and pouring rain performed by the typhoon. When the performance ends and the curtain closes, you will surely be able to grasp hands together again. When the seagulls cry. And Rosa nodded in response. Genji-san turned on his heels. He left the servant room. Goto-san's face was still streaked with tears, but maybe he'd managed to sort out his feelings as he listened to Genji-san's words. His face had been truly shameful, but it had returned to the face of the Goto-san we knew well. I will also be waiting in the kitchen. If you need anything, please command me at any time. If you wish for some warm food, I, Goda, will have the very best prepared for you. Thank you. Can't wait for your breakfast tomorrow. And the boat will probably come by midday tomorrow. Thanks for everything up until now. Your cooking was my only pleasure, Honorable Kenjima. Certainly. I, Goda, will prepare a supreme breakfast. Please look forward to tomorrow morning. Thank you. And Shannon-chan, tomorrow morning, let's make up and have some delicious coffee. George-kun? I'm going with them. It's all right, George-sama. Please return to the parlor. There are no more master keys, so if you're with Rosa-sama in the parlor, you won't be threatened by anyone. You're right. That's how things have sorted themselves out, isn't it? Objectively speaking, I'd say you'll be safest staying with me in the parlor. But I won't force you to stay with us. George-kun, you may stay in any place you feel is safe. You're already an adult. It's up to you where and with whom you spend the time until tomorrow morning. Yes. I will decide with whom I'll spend this night. Anaki. Battler-kun, stay with Aunt Rosa in the parlor. I'm sure you'll be safest there. Everywhere outside the parlor is dangerous in comparison. So I can't leave her in a place like that alone. It's not like I suspected Shanan-chan and the other servants, or anyone at all. I don't want to suspect anyone. The inheritance? The gold? That's all nothing. There's no way people are killing each other over things like that. Yes, I know better than anyone how pure your heart is, Battler. No one will blame you. No one. Aniki! It's all right. I'll protect you, Battler. If you're with me, even Beatrice will be able to lay a hand on you. I may be small, but I'm still a witch. Yes. Maria-chan, I'm leaving Battler in your care. All right, Shannon, let's go. Yes. Rosa-sama, if you would excuse me. If you have an order, please call me at any time. I'm sorry for saying something so cruel just now. I don't expect you to forgive me until tomorrow morning. But when tomorrow morning comes, let me apologize again. Yes. Thank you very much. The way she words that is she's like, you don't have to forgive me until tomorrow morning, but you better forgive me tomorrow morning. George Aniki and Shanan-chan left the servant room together. Now, only Maria and Rosa and I were left in this disgusting, blood-stained room. Until Genji-san disappeared, until Goda-san disappeared, until George Aniki and Shanan-chan disappeared, we stood there, shocked. After their presence and their footsteps had completely disappeared, Aunt Rosa giggled, as though she just remembered something pleasant. You can't trust them for a moment. That damned furniture. That one sentence made me choke. Why are you saying something like that? There are 5 master keys in all? Who would believe that? It's obvious that some duplicate keys exist. As if we could trust them just because they pulled their keys out of their pockets. Don't mean that, right? But in setting down those keys, they weren't just letting go of them. You've made all their hard work count for nothing, disgraced it, trampled it. And in the end, you made them give up their keys. What's with that parting line? They've shown that they're willing to go this far and you still can't trust them? That's just too much. It's a devil's proof. There are 5 master keys in all? It's impossible to prove something like that. You can show that there are 5 master keys by placing them here, but you can't prove that no more than 5 exist. Oh, Rosa, you're just paranoid as hell. We need Natsuki back. Things were not this crazy when Natsuki was around, when she was the one in charge. Oh boy, here he goes. Stop it already! You just show yourself right now. Tell Aunt Rosa and Red that there are only 5 master keys. Please, I'm begging you. This can only be proved by devils, by a witch like you. Please, Bieto, show yourself and tell Rosa that those are all the master keys. And that there's no need to suspect anyone anymore. There are only 5 master keys. There are only 5 master keys. How's that? No matter how often I say it, it won't reach Rosa's ears. After all, it seems there's still someone who denies that I exist, right? Ushiromiya Battler? I accept it! You exist! You definitely exist! So I'm begging you, stop this already! Stop it already! Words alone are not enough. Show it with your actions. Swear from your heart that you will become my furniture. Can you do it? Take off your clothes, be naked, and put your hands on the ground and crawl? Wow! This woman is something. Clothing is proof of one's humanity. From now on, you will become furniture, so it's only natural that you will lose that right. Then kneel, make your tongue crawl on my shoes. Can you do it? You can do it, right? When you do, I'll appear and say it in red. I'll tell Rosa that there are only 5 master keys. Of course, you'll never abandon that lordly pride of yours, but you've done well. You've done more than enough, and you're starting to get that tingly feeling, aren't you? For just an instant, you thought maybe licking my shoes wouldn't be so bad, didn't you? And you immediately denied that and felt ashamed, right? Just looking at your expression feels just heavenly. This of yours is so pathetic, so go look in a mirror. We'll see how low you are naked and licking my shoes, right? Can you see it? You should hold me up that low. Damn. This woman is something. Perhaps we should have thrown Bieto in the water. I can't believe it. Are you saying that's the truth? Yes. We've told you everything as we saw it. George folded his arms and started mumbling again. And the kitchen was once again wrapped in a long silence. George-sama, I'm fully aware how hard it must be for you to believe all that so suddenly. After all, even though I saw it with my own eyes, I grow less and less sure what it was I actually saw. I'm sure I saw it. And I'm sure I got into a fight too. And yet, I almost feel like it was an illusion. I see. So that's why you couldn't go into detail in front of Aunt Rosa. If you actually told her what you just told me, you'd probably be in even deeper trouble. Yeah, Genji-san really did handle that one composedly, didn't he? If only I had the power to explain it myself. George had not actually seen it, and even when pressed to believe it, he just couldn't imagine it. It was only natural. Because even the people who had actually seen it had given up asking themselves what it was. Let's rewind the story a bit. Shannon, you said that when you thought Kanan-kun was an imposter, you picked up some spider webs and came back, right? Why did you do that? That's right, I was thinking about that as well. Why spider webs? I happened to hear it from Kumasawa-san once. A long time ago. Evil spirits lived on Okinjima and, they feared spider webs. And they say there's a legend that people treasured spider webs as amulets. And, right at that moment, I think I was also a bit confused. When it comes to those old stories, Kumasawa was very knowledgeable. Well, spiders are very useful bugs after all. Yes, it wouldn't be all that strange for a belief system like that to come into being. I'm sure that the Tori shrine was suppressing the power of those evil spirits. And because the spirit mirror was broken, that power came back. That power must be what allowed Beatrice-sama to revive. If I weak-hearted as I am, had I done such an outrageous thing. Ah! Shannon, you don't have to worry about that anymore. I don't blame you for it. Since long ago, Shannon had often suggested that there was some kind of occult cause for her meeting with George. After listening to her, George had grown to think that she was being a typical girl associating love with fate, chance, and miracles. He did think that smashing the spirit mirror offered at the Torii Shrine was taking it a bit far. But he'd laughed it off and forgiven her, thinking of it as just a prank that showed how serious she was about her relationship with him. Just breaking a mirror in some musty shrine wouldn't have changed the fate of our meeting. And it would never cause any curse. He tried to cheer her up, saying it was only a musty mirror covered in dust. Ever since I started working on this island, I've heard the story of a spirit called Beatrice-sama from several co-workers. In the beginning, I thought it was ridiculous, but since it would appear indiscreet to say anything out loud, outwardly, I conducted myself as though I also believed it. But could it really? She existed. Beatrice-sama was in this mansion all alone, but she lost her powers and wasn't able to appear before us. She did exist all this time. It's just that we couldn't see her. I'd like to hear Genji-sama's opinion. I have no opinion. All I want to say is that at that time, there were 5 of us in this room. Then, I thought that Kanon had returned through the back door. After that, we carried him to the servant room. Something happened. And now Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa will never come back to us. That is all. We have already explained everything we saw. I understand how unreasonable it would be to try and force belief from one who did witness those events, such as yourself. How could he believe it? I was sure it was Kanon-san. But it got up from the bed and... That's right, when it started to grope around that wound in its chest in that manner. I felt sure that it wasn't Kanon-san, but something else. I doubt you'll be able to understand, George-sama. The terror of that moment, when the person I thought I knew well exposed that it was, in fact, someone else entirely. I can't explain. I can't explain it at all. I understand. I can tell that whatever happened, it was terrifying enough to give you such a shock. Thank you very much, George-sama. And they all fell silent again. And they all fell silent again. Shannon kept crying, no matter how many times she was consoled, thinking that listening to the witch's sweet whispers and breaking the spirit mirror on that day had been the mistake that ruined everything. The witch who whispered those things to you loses her powers if that mirror exists, right? I think she explained it to me a little, but I don't really remember. I think she said something about how she couldn't release her power as long as that mirror existed. What happened to this mirror that you broke? I don't remember. I left it behind when I broke it, so it's probably just how I left it. So when, as they say, the reef was struck by lightning and disappeared, it must have sank to the bottom of the ocean. Well, I doubt picking it up and taping it together would make it start working again. What have I done? Sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Didn't know if Shannon breaking the mirror really had started all of this off. Though the servants didn't blame Shannon, they all seemed to believe that her actions had been the root cause. But even now, George wasn't able to go that far. All this talk about witches and evil spirits just sounded fake to him, even though he was trying to be open-minded. Even so, he listened seriously to Shannon's story, trying to find a hint that might relieve at least a little of the pain in her heart. Come to think of it, though it's surely different from the one in the torii. I have heard that Madame kept a spirit mirror as a charm. Really? Aunt Natsuhi? Yes. I believe she received it as a memento from her grandfather or something, and that it functioned as a powerful ward against magic. A spirit mirror of high pedigree, I think? I have also heard the same story. Something about the mirror having the power to reflect that which is not good and send it back. Thank you for the care package, Ranger! I had a sip of drink. If we had the spirit mirror, could we resist Beatrice, since she's a witch? Huh? Gotta keep DD levels at 100%. So true. When George proposed this, the servants looked up. The shrine and the torii where it was kept are gone. But the reported thing is, there's still another spirit mirror. I've heard that Aunt Natsuhi's family is descended from Shinto priests. Oh! Interesting. Does she know the Rin Pyoto Kai Zetsugai Zen? Like chant? I think I said that wrong, but yeah. Maybe that isn't just a simple mirror. I'm sure I heard Madame say she keeps it in a treasure box. It might not be very large. I don't think its size is a problem. Even the mirror I broke was just a small, insignificant looking thing. If our opponent is a cult, then we'll have to use the occult to fight back. Sitting around here won't solve anything. It's worth trying, if only for some peace of mind. I do have a fan going behind me. I don't usually the mic can't pick it up, but maybe you guys can today. It's not a metal fan though, it's a plastic fan. However, he thought it'd be necessary to have some kind of purification ceremony to heal the wounds in Shannon's heart. I think it's the fan? Oh, well, that's crazy. No one else has ever been able to pick it up, but maybe because Umineko is overall a pretty quiet game. Excuse me. Great timing as the music softens, right? It's gone. Maybe it was the game then. So the story about Aunt Natsuki's spirit mirror was really convenient. Let's go. I won't say anything crazy like, let's go get it and finish off the witch. However, I think it'd be useful to have some sort of charm that can protect us from her. You hear it? That's the game then, I think. Yeah, like there's like a shaking sound. That's like a tambourine. Maria-chan told me about it earlier, but the door to grandfather's room was supposed to be able to repel magic, right? That's our grandfather for you. It means he was pretty good on defense when it comes to the occult. Let's go. To Aunt Natsuki's room. But I think Madame's room is locked. We returned the master keys to Rosa-sama, and even the key box in the servant room is now locked away. In that case, Aunt Natsuki should have had a key on her person. And Natsuki's corpse should still be in the chapel. We probably shouldn't be disturbing it before the police came, but we can give a full explanation later. However, the entrance to the chapel is also locked. Goto-san, can't you break a single glass window with your physical strength? You could smash it with a nearby rock. Would it really, be okay to break the window? Who's gonna stop you? When grandfather gets mad at us, I'll take responsibility. From the beginning, I've been ready to fight the whole Ushinomiya family today. I've got to get them to accept my engagement to you. So I'd been prepared from the start. Let's break the glass. George's announcement that he'd take responsibility seemed to have given the servants a great deal of courage. Shannon and Goda looked at each other, then looked at George's face again. Grandfather knows everything about the occult. I'm sure he'll understand if it's the power of Aunt Natsuki's spirit mirror we're talking about. Don't worry, he won't get mad at you. I wonder if Madame's mirror will really be able to seal Beatrice-sama once again. I don't know. But I think it's worth trying. I don't know. Oh, sorry. I already read that. Jeez. So let's go. It's getting darker and darker outside. Quickly! Shannon, get a flashlight. Goto-san, find something that looks like it can break the glass. Sorry, Genji, but can you be on umbrella duty? Yes, sir! The servant who had been rejected by Rosa gained a new master and started to move. George, who was normally calm and gentle, was now radiating dignity. Shannon checked the emergency flashlight, just in case she changed the batteries. Goda was testing several heavy-looking cooking tools. Normally, a highly praised chef like him wouldn't want to use them for something other than their intended purposes. But now, he was frantic to fulfill the orders of the one he accepted as his master. After some worrying, he took a large, thick-feeling frying pan. Genji removed several umbrellas from the umbrella stand set in the corner near the kitchen door. He took 3 of them. Genji-san? I cannot go with you. It would be embarrassing for me as the head of the Ushinomiya family if we were all gone when an order is given. But Genji-san, even you must understand now how dangerous it is to be alone in this mansion. I cannot go. I must remain here so that the master can call for me at any time. Genji-sama. Go and obey George-sama. Be careful not to make any blunders. Goda, I am counting on you to set an example. Yes. Leave it to me. I will surely fulfill my duty. You're sure about this, right? Genji-san? Yes. I am already at this age. All of the days of my life until now have been spent repaying the debt I owed the master. The roulette will decide the fate of a senile old man like myself. I will sit here and see what the results will be with my own eyes. As Genji said that, he sat down. As though saying he didn't intend to discuss this anymore, his gaze fell to the chessboard that he'd played Nanjo on. And George saw this. He decided to leave Genji there. Let's go, everyone. It looks like the wind has died down a bit for now. When George took an umbrella and dashed down the hallway, Shannon and Goda chased after him, each holding a tool. After they flew out of the room, Genji quietly stretched his hand out to the side of the chessboard. He softly pulled something there towards himself, covering it with his palm. Genji killed his breathing even more than before. As he did, something flashed gold. From inside an ice pail set on the counter, a small gold butterfly appeared softly and silently. It was almost as though it had seen George and the rest off, and was trying to secretly chase after them. Hello? It happened in an instant. The elegant gold butterfly, flapping its wings, was pinned against the wall by the knife Genji threw, just like a butterfly in a bug collection. After the gold butterfly beat its wings several times, looking like it was in pain, it accepted the fact that it couldn't break free, became fine gold powder and smoke, and disappeared as though it had melted into water. Genji still gazed down at that chessboard as though nothing had happened. Maybe he would think up a brilliant move very soon. But no matter what move he made, his opponent would not be able to respond for all eternity. Even though he knew that, Genji searched for a brilliant move. It must have been the perfect way to kill time during the short period before some fate would be given to him. He didn't know what result the roulette would bring about, but that decision would be made very soon. No one could interfere with the tumbling roulette. The door to the parlor was not only locked, but blocked with a barricade made of sofas and the like. Because of that, Aunt Rosa seemed to suspect that any suspicious person would break in through the window. Sitting on a one-person sofa, her back to the door, she continued to hold onto her gun. I didn't know what was what anymore, and even though my body and mind were worn out, I played with Maria as she wanted. Maria had said it. Beatrice was testing us to see if we could solve the epitaph of the gold. So we had to try and figure out this riddle. In the beginning, I was a little interested and tried to solve it, but I didn't even have a clue where to start with this weird text. I didn't doubt that there was some riddle hidden there, but I seriously doubted I'd be able to suddenly leap to an answer. In the middle part of the epitaph, we see lines going from the 1st to the 10th twilight, telling us to journey to the Golden Land. On the 1st twilight, offer the 6 chosen by the key as sacrifices. On the 2nd twilight, those who remain shall tear apart the 2 who are close. It was obvious that this hinted at the first 6 murders that had already occurred in the chapel, and Jessica and Kanonkun's murders. If this was being followed, we still had to be prepared for 5 more people to be killed. On the 4th twilight, gouge the head and kill. On the 5th twilight, gouge the chest and kill. On the 6th twilight, gouge the stomach and kill. On the 7th twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the 8th twilight, gouge the leg and kill. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa Bachan's corpses still hadn't been found. However, if this follows the pattern, and they're the sacrifices for the 4th and 5th twilights, they'll surely be found in a pitiful state, with their head and chest gouged. So can we expect that 3 more of us will be gouged in the stomach, knee, and leg, and killed? Who will it be? I looked around the room, noticing that there were 3 people here, but how should I put it? My emotions seemed paralyzed. Strangely, I did feel frightened. As I laid against the sofa with the top part of my body, gazing up at the ceiling, Maria noticed. Apparently, she felt I was slacking off in my riddle solving. She got mad at me for not taking this seriously enough. Hey, Maria. What was it again that Beatrice said she'd do if we solved this? I'm sure the witch wrote in her letter that she'd give up on collecting interest or something abstract like that. I optimistically took that to mean she'd give up on killing the whole family. But was it really written with that meaning? For some reason, I couldn't convince myself that solving the riddle would really save me. I feel like maybe, even if we do solve it, we'll just be doing what the culprit wants, and it'll all be a wasted effort. No, that's not true. If you solve the epitaph, Bito's ceremony will end. So after that, no more people will die. Really? Is it that a rule just something she made up? Whoever solves this riddle will probably learn the location of grandfather's hidden gold. Then she'll definitely go after it and... she won't go after it. How can you be so sure? The gold has been Beatrice's from the beginning. She wouldn't go after something that's hers. Then why is Beatrice giving us all these big hints? Not just that, why did she even set up this game-like thing? Risk is essential for magic. Risk. I don't really know what you mean. For example, in a marathon, do you think a medal anyone can get by running the whole thing is worth the same as the medal given only to the person who gets first? No, I don't. So what does this mean? In the end, she's just playing with us? Purposefully giving us a chance? Wrong! That's how magic works. No matter how great a work of magic is, it'll always have risks and weak points. No, it must have them. I don't get this stuff you call magic. But if I think about it as a gamble, I can understand a little. If you are prepared to lose big, then you can't win big. And the slimmer the chances of winning, the bigger the payoff. That's right. And Bieto really did explain the risk of the ceremony to everyone. So if this riddle is solved, the ceremony will be suspended. After all, if she breaks her promises, there wouldn't be any risk. If we solve this, will she really keep her promise? Why are flowers beautiful even though they wither? Why is it that an artificial flower isn't beautiful no matter how elaborate it is, even when you can't tell the difference by looking? Humans can bring about miracles by gambling on their deaths. If an undying human existed, they'd have no way of bringing about a miracle. That goes for us, life, the witch, and the ceremony too. If we don't bear a risk, we can't succeed in anything. What do we do if we solve the riddle? Should we raise a hand and cry, "I got it!" and tell the witch our answer and see what she says? I don't know about that, but if we solve it, the ceremony will surely end automatically. You sure know a lot, Maria. Did you learn all of that from Beatrice? So, if you don't bear a risk, nothing can be gained. Is that it? That definitely is the way of the world, but it's sort of in conflict with the chessboard thinking I like so much. At least when making moves in chess, players grope for the best move, always trying to avoid risk and hoping for an advantageous turn of events. They don't trust to chance like in gambling. That's right. There's no room for gambling in an intellectual game. And yet, this person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime. Game? Crime? It all looks the same. Hold on one sec. Where did it go? Was that it? Nope. Hang on. My lamp's not turning on. I'm trying to see what's going on. One sec. There we go. Why do all the plugs look the same? I had the lamp off to try and avoid adding extra heat, but it's too dark now. I'm like, I don't want to ruin my eyes at the same time. Or maybe a ceremony. And yet, this person called Beatrice has created such an outrageous crime. Or maybe a ceremony, while purposefully imposing conditions for her own loss and announcing them to us. In chess, you always play your best move. So, by putting yourself in your opponent's position, you can predict their next move. However, you can't be sure that Beatrice's moves are always the best moves possible. I thought she was probably making us focus on the epitaph to fool us in some way, speaking in riddles. But according to Maria, that alone was impossible. She said this was a genuine risk that the witch had taken, and therefore proof that this was a formal ceremony for magic. I can't understand this witch called Beatrice. If she's committing this chain of murders with some goal in mind, why did she go to all the trouble of exposing the conditions for her defeat? No matter how I spin the chessboard around, money in the bank, and think from my opponent's perspective, I can't understand why she'd give up if this riddle is solved. Isn't it almost as though Beatrice doesn't care whether she wins or loses? Of course, chessboard reasoning won't work against an opponent like that. I don't understand. What is Beatrice after that's making her carry out this crime? If she just wanted to massacre us, she could have done it quietly without this whole crazy setup. There was no need for that kind-hearted advance notice, all of this self-aware closed room stuff, or any of the rest. It's all overacting. I've got no clue what it means. Will I be unable to understand everything as long as I keep thinking of Beatrice as a greedy human culprit? If I don't accept her as a witch, will my chessboard thinking be stuck before I've even lined up the pieces? If she really is a witch, and everything Maria said is true, then there's only one thing for us to do. The theory building and discord and searching for the culprit has all been pointless. We should have all gathered in the dining hall, combining our knowledge to solve the riddle. By combining the knowledge of that many people, you might have been able to grasp at least a thread of the answer. The greedy humans, each desiring to gain something over their opponents, were getting offered up as sacrifices one by one, without gathering their knowledge together. In the end, did the humans get what they deserved? They thought they were using their brains, but they were actually thinking only of their greedy selves. In the end, chessboard theory is a technique where you project yourself on your opponent. So greedy people see their greedy selves inside their opponents. I looked lazily at Aunt Rosa. She was probably tired from being under all this tension the whole time. She couldn't sleep, but she kept staring vaguely at some point off in space. Aunt Rosa had announced that we couldn't trust anyone who hadn't been killed. Aunt Rosa's chessboard thinking saw herself inside her opponent. In other words, maybe Aunt Rosa was an isolated woman, unable to trust anyone and unable to let her guard down. Long ago, I think I heard a bit about it from my dad. Aunt Rosa was originally a very obedient child, but her age was too far separated from the other siblings, and they often made conflicting demands of her during their confrontations. Thanks to this, she'd undergone a lot of psychologically harsh experiences in her youth. Often, when she copied one of her siblings, another sibling would give her a hard time. True. Aunt Rosa said many things today that could be taken as abusive, but that means those words were once showered upon her, which is why they were engraved in her vocabulary. The many abusive words that she had spoken were always words that she'd been showered with in the past. 1%? I think I'll fade any second now. Goodbye. See you on the other side. God. Rosa continuing the cycle of abuse. We hate to see it. Now that I think about it, I've picked up traces of Uncle Klaus and Ava in her style of speech from time to time. I assumed they were similar because they were siblings, but maybe it's more than that. Hi, Kudo! For the first time, I truly sympathized with Aunt Rosa, who I'd once thought was warm and gentle all the time. Maria knows differently. Oh, Maria knows differently. Then what about Maria? Maria's been making a certain claim for a while now. If we can solve the riddle, if we can solve the riddle the witch displayed to us, the ceremony will be halted and will definitely be saved. And I think she also said that Beatrice will never break a promise. But this is Maria we're talking about. She herself never breaks promises, and she has the most innocent heart. So she believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. So she believes Beatrice... Oh, sorry. So she believes Beatrice also won't break her promises. She's able to believe that. But isn't that just an image of Beatrice in Maria's mind? There's no proof that the real Beatrice always keeps her promises, right? I keep my promises. If you solve the riddle of the epitaph, you should be able to reach the Golden Land. When you do, the ceremony will end. No more people will die. So you're saying a complete monster like you follows the rules? Why wouldn't she keep her promise, right? You can trust a witch. Witches never lie. They never do anything malicious. I won't deny that I am brutal and unjust and a monster. Has she ever not kept her promise? We don't know. We don't really have a good idea of what happened at the end of chapter 1 because everyone apparently turned into mush, but... Excuse me. However, I am a witch. I use magic. In order to use magic, there are some rules that must be followed. Because I am a witch, I cannot neglect those. You should believe at least that much. So even after all that crazy stuff you're done, you're still telling me to believe at least in the rules? I do play tricks. Of course, I also deceive people. I'm no different from humans in that regard. But not once have I disregarded a promise I've spoken. What about humans? Since we have catchphrases like keep your promises, it's hard to imagine that we always follow them properly. From my perspective, humans are the truly selfish monsters. There's nothing as dubious as a human's promise. Even I sometimes make contracts with humans, but you wouldn't imagine how strict an agreement must be made just to grant a single foolish wish. If there's a small loophole, they'll immediately say something like increase the number of wishes to 100 or go turn yourself into a bean. A moonbeam? That's oddly specific, right? There's this thing Dad always says. He always says there's nothing as scary as contracts. According to him, it's only natural that people who sign without reading them thoroughly will get chewed to the bone. He's made a killing through vice. Imagine it. When people are born, they know nothing of fraud. They get it from somewhere. And so they learn it. Yes, the crimes of the human world where people must press up against each other. Let me see. I've heard that from a witch somewhere. Oh, ad break. Okay, I am gonna get up and take a quick break. I am gonna get up and stretch and stuff, and then we will be right back. Let us go. Whee! All right, I'm back. Whee! Oh, hi, Pep. A cat followed me. Hang on. I'm just gonna have a bite of food. Ow. Heat wave, you gotta keep your nutrients up, you know? Oh well. I'm not as heartless as you think. See? A liar. You killed so many people. How could you not be heartless? You say you keep your promises? Don't say stuff like that. I won't accept you. Ever. Roasted. I believe my only way to resist you is never giving up on that. I see. So you're saying this eternal torture will be the same for me? Perhaps. $1,000 is a long time. Maybe a witch's true strength is decided not by their magical power, but by the strength of their endurance. Yes, I can accept how terrifying Lady Byrne is. Damn you, babbling on and on about this incomprehensible stuff. Let's quickly get back to the eternal torture. That's quite the word for it. Eternal torture. I'm prepared to stick around for 1,000 years or even 10,000 years. 10,000? Battler is made of some crazy stuff. Good, good. It looks like you've regained some of your will to fight. It would be boring otherwise. Come now, don't you often see it in competitive games? Sometimes one player intrudes on their opponent's territory, but their opponent is so weak that it's a bit of an anticlimax, so the first player loses on purpose to extend the game until the last round. Damn. During which they get serious and shower their opponent with blows, right? don't get what that means. It's the same as wine. If you don't let it age well, it won't sparkle. I mean, the wine won't sparkle if you don't, you know... What's the word looking for? If you don't put champagne in it. You're the same as that wine. I'll carefully make you age. Now that sure is a word. I'll raise you to be the best alcohol to adorn my elegant time. So, don't give up after only this much. Keep on denying me. After all, as long as you don't accept me, I'm nothing more than a fleeting illusion. Meanwhile, back in the chapel, we are about to rob some corpses here. Yahoo! No matter how many times I see it, it's awful. I truly sympathize. Shannon-san, please get the key. Even though she is dead, Madame is a lady. I cannot touch her. Of course. Shannon nodded sharply, her expression filled with a sense of duty. George, Goda, and Shannon had broken a suitable window and were inside the chapel. Since they really hadn't wanted to break one, they'd searched for another way in, just in case. But in the end, after proving once again that there was nowhere they could slip in through, it only became more obvious that this chapel was a mysterious closed room. Inside the chapel, time had stopped ever since the last time they'd left it. Even George wasn't able to approach that gruesome Halloween party again. It was only natural. It reminded him again of the sadness of losing both parents at once. And Goda, thinking of the possibility that those corpses might have changed in some horrible way now that a half a day had passed, didn't want to let George get near them. I mean, it's been like 12 hours, and they're dead, and they've got guts all over the floor. Yeah, there's probably a lot of bugs. Yeah. Oof. Shannon followed Goda's instructions and approached the party table. Normally, Shannon might have resented having another dirty job forced on her. But now she could truly understand Goda's mental state. Even though Goda had prodigious skill, he'd gone and dragged into trouble, losing his job and ending up left out in the streets before Natsuki gave him a new life. Wait, he got fired? That's why he's here? Interesting. Interesting. Though it had just been a casual employment decision for Natsuhi, Goda must have thought it a turning point in his fate. Those around Goda could see that he felt a special kind of loyalty to Natsuhi. So, he probably didn't want to lose that feeling even after her death. Now that half a day had passed, the bodies of Natsuhi and the rest had changed completely. Ah! Okay, if anyone's eating something, mute the stream, look away. Small bugs sniffing out the smell of death had started to gather. Ah! It really wasn't something you'd want to look at directly. Madame, excuse me? Because of her long experience as a servant, Shannon had an idea of which pocket Natsuhi kept the key to her room in. You're actually getting kind of hungry? Well, don't go eat anything with strawberry jam. It would probably be this pocket. Her guess didn't fail her. Just by touching the outside of the pocket, she was immediately able to feel it. It's here. The key to Madame's room. Shannon held the key up high, showing the others that it had been found. As George and Goda watched her, their eyes opened wide. That wasn't the expression Shannon was expecting, so it startled her. Oh, uh-oh. Think working in medical fields has kind of numbed you? I understand. I'm sort of similar. I can get grossed out by stuff. Like, I don't like gore, but it doesn't make me lose my appetite, you know? After all, Shannon hadn't noticed. George and Goda, watching from afar, had noticed first. As long as the only color is red, you're okay? So not like authentic flesh, I get it. Some questionable things start looking yummy. Do not eat the entrails. Do not. I know in some cultures you eat like the offals and stuff of different animals, but do not. Other fluids? Oh. I see. I see. When Shannon had held the key up high, a blizzard of gold leaf had seeped up from around the table. There were countless gold butterflies. It was the first time George had seen them, so it might have looked like some kind of illusion. But Goda already knew. I will stop there, but yes, some stuff can look questionably tasty. I get it. Your brain's just like, protein. It's like, no, stop! Something like that. Yeah, I get it. We've all all had those intrusive thoughts moments. Spooky just dropping in to say hi because of spoilers. Hi, Spooky! Welcome in for the brief flyby moment. There's a flyby kiss. Mwah! Hope you have a good rest of your day, Spooky. Remember as a kid having a crush on Shannon? I can see it. Thank you. Mwah, mwah, mwah. Yeah, I can see it. Shannon is really cute. She is. I also really like Kanon's design. All the different art in this game is good, but I really like the pachinko art, honestly. Kanon is something. And that gold swelled, trying to suck Shannon in. Shannon-san! Run! Huh? Ah! Shannon also realized that gold butterflies were trying to swallow her up. She ran unsteadily, her expression still shocked. He feels like that one puppy that will bite anyone that gets too close to his master. Kanon? Yeah, that is, I would say that is 100% accurate. As she did, the gold butterfly danced around her all at once. And yay! Gold 4-leaf clover potion. Congratulations, Art. I nearly said golden leaf potion. I'm like, wait, hold on a minute. They grouped together. They tried to swallow her up. Shannon! Damn it, what is this? Are these the gold butterflies you guys were talking about? No, they're golden mosquitoes. Silly. Outside, quickly! You bastards! Damn it, damn it! George and Coda rushed up to Shannon, driving off the cloud of butterflies. And while the butterflies were scattered, they ran towards the broken window. However, they needed a good footing to get out the window, which was surrounded by shards of broken glass. Hope it's going well. You just woke up? Oh my goodness. Good morning. Doing well also. It's really warm here, but things have been okay in this room. I shut off all of my PC and stuff like that for like an hour before stream started to help cool the room down before, like, you know, I sit here for like 4 hours. So far it's been decent. But yeah, like, if I leave the room, like during the latest break, I left the room to go to the living room, and I'm like, oh man, yeah, you could feel the temperature start to creep up as you like go down the hallway. It's like, my bedroom is like at the back of the apartment. So it's like as you go down the hall from the kitchen back to my room, you feel the temperature start to creep up. It's like, oh man. It's 38C. Oof. What is it here? I think it's similar here, but it's like all humidity. So if you're inside and you're able to keep the humidity down, it's not too bad. But yeah, like I was cleaning this morning and I'm like, God. I know in my brain I should take out the trash immediately, but I'm like, I don't want to go outside in that. Like, I'm just gonna, like, put everything in, like, a bigger bag and put it off in the corner somewhere. And once, like, you know, the sun goes down, I'll go throw it outside. Because even though, you know, it would just be, like, a quick 5-minute thing, I'm like, oh, God, I don't want to. I don't want to. When they'd entered, there'd been enough time to prepare for that, but now there was none. Just gotta jump over the glass. You can do it. Let's go out through the door. There's no time to look for a footing. It won't open. It's stuck. Give it to me. Damn this piece of crap. George, Summer, quickly. Damn it. Don't take me lightly. Whoa! I thought he was, like, taking off his jacket so he could charge the door better, but no. No, he's just swinging the butterflies. He's just swatting bugs. But saying he was outnumbered would be a real understatement. It was doubtful that it even bought them a short amount of time. George struggled with the broken handle. Its age showed, and it didn't turn well. I can't leave it to strength. It needs the right angle, or there's some trick to it. George-sama! Damn it! Monsters! At that moment, Goto saw it. He was seen by it. In other words, their eyes met. Uh-oh. On top of the party table. No! With the stained glass behind it, floating, laughing, was the figure of the witch. He saw the figure of the laughing witch in the center of the golden whirlwind, with the gold butterflies fluttering about at the ready. Beatrice! Should have been Goda's first meeting with her. But he knew her at a glance. Just like the other servants had said, this was certainly the portrait of the witch herself. It's almost time for dinner, is it not? Oh boy. I am the host of this mansion now. So I must give you a warm reception before your wonderful dinner. Don't say it like that. Don't say it like that. And look, we even have 3 people fit to order. Oh God. My, how truly convenient. I got it just in time. Go to Sun, quickly! Beatrice-sama. Huh? Are you sure it's a good idea to just stand there? If you think this place will make a fitting cemetery for yourselves, then be my guest. I must praise your spirit for wanting to stay by your former master's sides and serve them even after death. The golden whirlwind that wrapped around the witch burst. It was like an evil hand had literally spread its fingers and was trying to attack them. The cloud of gold butterflies attacked with a fluttering sound. Hurry! We can't stay here! George's voice brought Shannon and Goda back to their senses. Standing here now would make them like frogs getting stared down by a snake. They had to resist. They had to fight this incarnation of the new, brutal, and frightening order in which Rokenjima had been enveloped. There was no time to take out their umbrellas. The three of them dashed out into the pouring rain. The three of them never realized because they didn't turn around. But the gold butterflies apparently couldn't handle the rain too well. And this hampered their ability to chase after the humans. The three people ran from the golden pursuers and flew into the mansion. How nice, how nice. It wouldn't be as fun any other way. They unlocked the door and dashed into the room. A bit of the scent from Natsuhi's favorite gentle incense remained in there. However, there was no time to let that calm them now. Where is it? You said it was a treasure box, right? It's just a story I heard. I've never heard exactly where it was. I think it'll probably be in her dresser or next to the bed. Shauna's womanly sensibilities led her to conclude that. But next to the bed, there was only an incense burner, a half-read novel, and glasses. However, the dresser was elegant. It had many drawers, and it would be understandable if she kept some of her valuables there. And Natsuhi, sorry, began to violently open each one of the drawers. He had to hurry. He couldn't actually hear footsteps. But he had the feeling the witch was approaching. He had the feeling that her laugh was approaching. He emptied the drawers one by one and examined their contents. Every small box for makeup looked like a treasure box. And the amount of effort it would take to inspect all of them made him feel dizzy. Maybe it's this box. It's locked and I can't open it. At a glance, it looked slightly larger than a music box. When shaken, it rustled, as though various small objects were inside. But it was locked and didn't open. Normally, you'd hide the keys somewhere nearby. And some people would always carry it on their person. I don't know. There's no choice, break it! But we can't do it with force, right? We might break the mirror inside. The be a tool to pry it open? Damn it. Godo looked all over the room, trying to see if there was some tool that they could use, and he noticed the door, which had been left open since they'd entered. He approached the door to close it, and saw the abominable shadows of people approaching from beyond the darkness in the hall. No, it wasn't shadows of people, because they weren't human at all. George Samo! We got butterflies! Hurry! Godo's voice trailed off. It was the shock of seeing a procession of those not of this world. Yeah, that would throw you off. He was a servant. So he knew all the servants working for the Ushinomiya family. You should sleep. Good night. Okay, Kurdo. Have a good night. Thanks for stopping by. But he didn't know about these. However, they were definitely servants. And not servants working for Ushinomiya Kinzo or Ushinomiya Kraus. Oh. Not the butler. New servants who worked for the new master of the mansion, the Golden Witch Beatrice. Had goat heads and bright red eyes, boiled eyes of lava. Oh boy. Well, hello, fellow lesbian. Hello, fellow lesbian. Hey, stress me gone potion. That's pretty good. Welcome in. Ara ara. Ara ara mama. Thank you for the ara ara. As the new master laughed loudly and trimly directed 6 of the new servants. Why is there demons? Because there are demons. Okay. Okarina-sai, Ojo-sama. Welcome home, my lady. Why is there demons? I mean, it is about drama, but there is music and stuff like that. Uh-oh. The team's call might be broken, but we'll see if it works. I need to fix some of the old redeems. Because, you know, we've had them for so long, they've basically broken. Of course, she was clad in the gold butterflies that were her symbol. Head pat when? I know. I know the tomatoes are busted. We've got too much stuff. Too much stuff. Can you let me know if I need to pause them? True, that's right, yeah. I know the viewer attack one is broken. That one I need to actually sit down and fix properly. Refunded points. Okay, thank you. Yeah, the viewer tomato one is not too bad to fix, but yeah, if things aren't layered properly, then it gets busted, and you know, sometimes when you're moving stuff around, you accidentally end up moving something completely off the screen. That's happened before. However, just as he locked it, it returned to normal, as though a spring or something had knocked it back. He came to the illusion that some prankster beyond the door was unlocking it every time he locked it. Oh dear. He's in for a bad time. Only ones that don't work are head pad teams call and tomato attack. Okay, that's good to know. I will get to them fixed. Should be easier. What's the word I'm looking for? I have a shorter week this week anyway because I'm going on vacation for a couple days. So hopefully I can squeeze some time out to remember to fix these things. It almost felt like playing with a broken toy. Click, boing. Click, boing. Oh, poor Goda. Won't lock! Even if I lock it, it unlocks! What's going on? Yeah, just keep standing in front of the door like a ding-dong. What could possibly go wrong? Did you think a lock would stop me? Did you think the door to that room would hold back that room's new master? It was like the witch could see Granta's... Granta's? My brain. Read properly. It was like the witch could see Goda's frantic effort through the door. Even now, the footsteps continue to approach. And when not just their footsteps, but even their breath could be heard. Goda gave up on the lock and slammed into the door, locking it using his own large body. Oh boy! This could only go very, 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 very bad. George-sama, quickly, quickly, quickly! George-sama, what about this? A letter opener? That's better. Let me have it. I guess it's something. Fountain pen isn't working? Oh! I mean, they are truly desperate, but yeah, I don't think a fountain pen would work well as like a lever to be able to try and pry open a box. George took it and once again dug into the crack under the lid of the treasure box. Looks like it's working. Quickly, quickly! Yeah! The pressure from across the door grew even stronger. Goda screamed. Was it a war cry during a test of strength? He was terrified. But he was still lucky. He wasn't touching the things directly because they were on the other side of the door. So if he were to touch them directly, Goda-san's cry would surely turn from something brave into a pathetic, piercing scream, and therefore one that was more real. Coming through the door, an arm was slipping right through wood like it was water. Oh boy. As though doing this was the most natural thing in the world. It rubbed the back of Goda's hand as he frantically tried to hold the door shut. Now that is just sexual harassment. It slid up his arm to his chest and then up to his chin. Oh my god. Now this is real horror. By now, Goda's scream wasn't even audible anymore. I could hear a sweet whispering voice from across the door. Was it coming from the witch? But it sounded like a young woman. However, that didn't change the fact. That came from someone not of this world. Oh, so cute. Hey, you see it, right? Your life flashing before your eyes. Let me know when it's over, okay? Thanks. It's over already, isn't it? Rest in peace. The lewd arm burst. Then they heard the sound of something jumping around the room at an incredible speed. They didn't know what it was. Incredibly fast, small like steel, or maybe a beetle. When it whirred itself in right in the center of Goda's chest and stopped, they realized for the first time that its true form was something like a stake with a strange design on it. Goda's large body shook, bent backwards, and fell over. As it did, the door opened softly, even though no one was pushing it, welcoming in the new master of this room. It looked almost as though the door itself had accepted her. The goat attendants came in one after another, 6 of them. Then that witch came in, and the gold butterflies came in. The room was wrapped in a blizzard of golden leaf, which fell and piled up, turning it more and more into a world of gold. Shauna, the roulette has chosen you and George. Thank me for your day of release. Do you have any regrets? You don't, do you? Receiving an engagement ring from the man you fell for and then being killed before spending your first night together? That hardly counts as a regret at all, right? You wanted him to hold you, didn't you? You wanted him to teach you a woman's joy, right? dribbling down from your mouth, Shauna. Crack. The sound of the lid to the treasure box breaking open. When George turned it over, accessories, charms, various small objects that Natsuki had treasured when she was a girl fell out. Mixed in with that was a pouch that stood out from the rest. He picked it up and was immediately sure. This was it. I found it. This is it. So close and yet so far. Die! Damn it! And once the gold butterflies attacked George, who was hurriedly trying to remove the contents of the pouch. Ooh. Oh, that's cool. I was wondering what Shannon's magic was like. It's different from Kanon's. Interesting. At that time, a bright red flash seemed to light up the room for an instant. The red flash seemed to cut a hole in the cloud of butterflies raging around the room, drawing a circle with Shannon at the center. So the resulting scene looked truly divine. Almost as though a single streak of light had cut through the clouds in this world of gold. George, who was curled up in a ball trying to protect himself from the group of butterflies, didn't have a clue what was going on. Then he noticed that Shannon was standing guard in front of him, shielding him. As she glared at the witch and the rest with a serious face she'd never shown him before. I'd forgotten. You're another sample of Kinzo's outstanding furniture. And you've matured much more than Kanon. How could you do that to Kanon-kun? I don't mean killing him. How could you erase his remains and even try to disgrace his honor? Oh, come now, Shannon. Is that why you're mad? If you're lonely because Kanon hasn't been around, just let me know and I'll let you see him whenever you like. When the witch snapped her fingers, one of the 6 goat attendants glittered gold and changed into Kanon. It was definitely a sight to make them doubt their eyes. It was definitely Kanon's face. However, in those eyes, the glint of Kanon's integrity was nowhere to be seen. They were the hazy eyes of furniture that only obeyed the orders of the witch. George couldn't understand the scene right before his eyes, and he finally understood why Goda and the rest had been unable to talk about what they'd seen in the servants' room. Are you enjoying this? Yeah, I am. It's always fun to reunite a pair that have been torn apart by death. After all, I get to enjoy tearing them apart by death, reuniting them, and then tearing them apart again. So, Kanon, go and play with your sister. If she knocks you about, let her see you suffer with all the anguish you can manage. From the imposter cannon's arm, a strangely shining curve extended. He planned to tear Shannon apart with that, with a single stroke. Who would attack Shannon, who still hadn't prepared her heart, and... I won't forgive you. I'll never forgive you for dishonoring the dead not just once, but twice. Enough babbling. Go get killed by your brother, Shannon. I'm sure you'll bear witness to a wonderful dream. The imposter Kanon certainly seemed to lunge at Shannon, drawing several purple curves. But when he flew at her, it was as though some kind of invisible wall had been placed in front of her. The wall repelled the imposter, leaving a bright red ripple on its surface. No, it didn't repel him. It smashed him and knocked him back, turning him into golden dust, into little bits, scattering him. That foolish furniture, who had taken Kanon's form and even disgraced his honor after death, broke into countless gold butterflies, and then those butterflies themselves broke into pieces. And those pieces were broken into pieces until they were no longer butterflies, but a golden splash that faded away. Shannon! George-san, please don't move from that spot. I don't want to shift the central axis. Oh, hell, this is certainly a surprise. So though your face makes it look as though you wouldn't hurt a fly, you can display such power. I see. So that spirit mirror is lending you strength. But you don't have the tools or the time to draw out its true power. I won't let you have either of those. The spirit mirror George gripped had let out a divine glow, displaying a strength powerful enough not to submit to wicked forces. That glow was no match for the witch's sinister nature. This is why furniture can be frightening. That feeling, like unexpectedly stubbing your little toe on the corner of a cabinet. Yes, that's why furniture can be frightening. You furniture. I am not furniture. And right now, you seem very pitiful to me. What? Oh. What did this furniture, who hasn't lived even 100 years, just say to a 1,000-year-old witch? You're a very pitiful person. Of course, two people in love will have regrets when they're separated. But they'll feel none of the kind of regret you're hoping for. You dare to speak, furniture? Have you forgotten the days you were so desperate to be tied to George that you licked my shoes? Living with love and crawling through the muck is what humans do. If you sneer and look down on them for that, then you're far inferior to them. Especially now, I pity you. How precious it is for a loving couple when they bring their love to fruition by sleeping together on their first night. It does have meaning. It definitely does. But it's completely different from what you're saying. It means something so sacred, that one such as you has no right to speak of it wickedly. So, I no longer have any regrets. George-san and I have sworn our love to each other. As proof, I accepted his ring. With that, our eternal vows were completed. No matter how you torture us with your wicked magic and your malice, you cannot disgrace eternity. Ha! Don't speak in cheap ideals like some poet. Love is lust, totally meaningless unless you're sleeping together. Men are mere flies and maggots that get drawn to your female scent and crowd around you. Do you still not understand that at your age? You'll despair the very first time you witness the dark lust of the glasses man behind you. You'll be crushed, shocked, dumbfounded, stupefied, and it's all useless. Shut on! Yeah, that's enough talk out of you, furniture. Who the hell do you think you are talking like that? No matter how beautiful you try to make love sound, in the end it's a fraud because love is filthy filth. Don't people become adults when they realize that? Die, you trash! Furniture scrap! Turn you into a filthy meg, and then we'll see whether that glasses guy still loves you. I'll show you that this guy's only had his eyes on your flesh! Wow. You know, I think she's mad that Kinzo doesn't love her. Or something like that. An invisible column of light was shining at the center. Started to have bright red ripples drawn all over it at once. The wall did its best to withstand the unseeable malice that tried to corrode in on them from all directions. What, do you think you're actually resisting? You're insignificant, you're frail, you just like your cheap ideals, just a frail pretense. You're just hiding what you don't want to see by covering it with a veil. Do you still not understand? That's why you're furniture. Girl, slow the frick down. I can't read that fast. The golden windstorm that covered the room gradually began to shave the walls off the column that protected Shannon and George. The bright red ripples frantically drew a resisting pattern, but that just turned it into a red wall of despair that began to wrap the two of them up. George-san, I'm sorry. It was too much for me after all. Yeah. Thank you. You fought for my sake. That alone makes me happy. Whoa, so much red! Oh my god. The round wall that had once protected them was assaulted and covered with a curve of bright red ripples as it seemed to scream. And it began to suck the two of them up instead. George-san, can I ask a favor? Shannon grasped George's hand behind her. So George hugged her shoulders just as strongly. What is it? In the end, please let me hear you say I love you. Yeah. Sayo, I will forever. Sir? You should have spoken faster. Well, well, well. Okay. We were in the middle of an intense scene during the ad break, so I didn't want to get up and leave, but I'm gonna very quickly be right back. My cup is empty, so I'm gonna grab some water after all of that cackling. So give me uno momento and I will be right back. Un momento? Yes, un momento. Sorry, bye. I will be right back. Woo! Alright, here I am. Whee! One sec. Just gonna have a bite of food again, and then onwards. Whoop. Ah, come on. Oh. When the food refuses to get on the fork. After Genji finished his last meal, he went out to do the nighttime rounds inside the mansion. He'd eaten some reheated soup that Goda had made, along with some random leftovers from the refrigerator. Those were all things Goda had made himself and were, of course, delicious. He had half heartedly gone to ask Rosa and the others what they would do for dinner. But he had been yelled at by a voice telling him that the canned food they had would be enough, and the door wasn't even opened for him. So, ironically, the servant Genji was able to eat a more delicious meal. But why was it that Genji wasn't afraid to do the rounds himself? Even though all those crimes had been committed and many people had met a brutal end? Judging by his appearance as he carried out his usual tasks without a trace of fear, as though everything was normal. You might think all the horrible events that day had been no more than a dream or illusion. Was he taking a philosophic view, or had he just accepted his fate? Genji must have considered it a virtue that, when the fate that awaited him was unavoidable, he carried out his duty systematically until the last moment. The depths of his heart would probably remain hidden for all eternity unless he spoke of them himself. He had returned his master key to Rosa, so the places he could reach were extremely limited. All he could do was walk around the hallways, checking to make sure all the windows were closed. That probably made his rounds go a lot faster than usual. At the sound of a reserved knock, Aunt Rosa, who had been falling into a doze, jumped and woke up, pointing the barrel of the gun at the door as she yelled, "Who is it?" I was napping on a sofa, and that voice also brought me back to reality. "Rosa-sama? It is I, Genji. Do you have some business? Don't worry about opening the door. Tell us from there." "Yes, ma'am." "In that case, forgive me for speaking in this fashion. I have found Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa's corpses." What did you say?" "I see. Very well, let's go check them. Until I see the corpses, I won't believe anyone." What a convenient way to get her out. Huh? Ugh. "It's okay, Battler. If you stay with me, it'll definitely be okay." Maybe my face seemed to darken with anxiety. Maria grasped my hand with her small hand and spoke softly, trying to give me courage. "Oh, hang on. VTube Studio crashed." "No!" I don't know if that's an issue with my phone crashing a lot, or it's because of the heat. It does feel a little warm. Hang on, one sec. I'll reboot it. For now, you're just gonna have to deal with me staring into your soul. Since it was Aunt Rosa's job to ready the gun and stand on guard, it fell to me to remove the barricade of sofas. When I finished, I took a backwards glance at Aunt Rosa, who was pointing the barrel of the gun over my shoulder, and opened the door. "Genji-san? Where are their corpses?" "In the courtyard." "I shall guide you." "Battler, kinda wait. Just in case, let's check the doors and windows of this room. Wait a second." Aunt Rosa called me to a halt to prevent me from going on ahead and began to carefully check the locks on each of the windows. But these locks had already been checked once. It felt kind of unpleasant, as though she suspected that I might have secretly unlocked them when she wasn't looking. Or maybe Aunt Rosa was right to be this cautious. Come on, App. Though it was called a courtyard, was it really a pretty place you could take a walk? Like the Rose Garden. On the contrary, since it was surrounded by the mansion on all sides, it made you feel a little uncomfortable. As though it was telling you, there I am, hello. As though it was telling you that there would be no escape from this mansion, no matter where you tried to run. On the other hand, that meant that even though we still could hear the violet winds, the wind itself was blocked. The wind itself was blocked. Genji-san held out an umbrella, but Aunt Rosa ignored him. In the she was probably hinting that the gun took 2 hands, so it would be dangerous if she took an umbrella. We didn't need Genji-san pointing for us to notice. Right in the center of the courtyard, we could see where Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san lay. Aunt Rosa entered the courtyard without even opening an umbrella. So Genji and I also entered the courtyard without opening one. Only Maria opened hers. Maria, is this... you know what? Ugh. It's the 7th and the 8th twilights. I see. Certainly, just as Genji-san and the others said, there were horrible wounds on their necks. The cuts are quite sharp, almost as though they were sliced with a katana or something. These gaping wounds on their necks definitely made me want to avert my eyes. After seeing that Halloween party in the chapel, even though they looked horrible, they were no longer enough to make me feel sick. More importantly, our gazes fell to their legs, to Dr. Nanjo's knee, to Kumasawa-san's ankle. Driven into each of them was something like a knife or a stake with a demonic design. They must have been the same, as the thing that had pierced Jessica's back. What is this? It's just like what happened to Jessica-chan. Is this supposed to be some kind of occult ceremony, I wonder? I do not know. The last time I saw their bodies, there was nothing like this. Maybe it was done after they were carried out of the servant room. The one stuck into Dr. Nanjo's knee was still standing erect, but the one that had been thrust into Kumasawa's ankle might have been a little shallower. It had come out and fallen over. So by looking at the one that had fallen over for the first time, I realized that it wasn't a knife, but something like a stake. Its full length was probably about 30 centimeters. That is huge. That is a full ruler. It was probably made out of bronze or iron or something of the sort. Even without touching it, I could tell it had some weight to it. It was composed of a grip and a cone-shaped part that was obviously made to be a piercing weapon. Maybe it was like a miniature version of those lances Western knights used on horseback. The spiral-shaped ditches in it made it also look like a small drill. However, the grip had an occult design modeled off a demon or something. So instead of a weapon used in war, it felt like something that would be used in a ceremony to offer up living sacrifices. There's no mistake. They're meant for these sacrifices. On the seventh twilight, gouge the knee and kill. On the eighth twilight, gouge the leg and kill. The new gen models? Yep, I like the pachinko ones better than all the others. It's interesting, because I guess the pachinko / the new PC models really are divisive, because every time someone comes in who's new, they're like, why are you using these? Why don't you use the other ones? Because I like these better. Doesn't matter. First I've ever heard. Hey, there's a first time for everything. I don't know, I just like the look of them better. Wait a sec. That means they've left out the 4th, 5th, and 6th twilights. Could it be? I also don't use the mod for voice acting, so y'all are just gonna be listening to me. Of course. Why is Genji-san alone? If something like this happened, why are George Aniki, Goda-san, and Shanan-chan here? Why was Genji-san alone? What's going on? Darn more awesome DD voice acting, whatever will we do? Right? I'm glad you guys enjoy my voice acting because I definitely have a lot of fun with it. Like, nothing wrong with you like it? I'm glad. 'Cause yeah, I mean, having the game be voiced is helpful, but I mean, it's in Japanese anyway, so it's like, if I'm going to be have to read it for you guys anyway, because otherwise it's difficult to expect people to be able to read at my speed. So it's like, if I'm gonna be reading it anyway, there's not much point in having the voice acting on. The voice actors do a great job. Like, I've seen some of the anime, but it's like, yeah. There goes my one-day study of JP. Ha, ha, ha. So over. It's over, isn't it? Isn't it? Isn't it over? I mean, the very first time we saw everyone's names, I did spend like 20 minutes analyzing the kanji of it. I'm not fluent in Japanese, obviously, but I've learned a decent amount of it, so I recognize a lot of very common kanji. So I was like, oh god. The Kira names. Thankfully, you didn't know JP before reading this. Fair enough. But yeah, it's just funny because, yeah. Maria has, like, the most normal-looking name out of the bunch of them. Like, at least the Ushinomiyas. Because I'm like, yeah, that's a very normal way to spell Maria. Everyone else, it's like, oh my god. They said they wanted to search for something in Madame Natsuki's room when they left. They have not yet returned. What did you say? You say they left, but when was that? 2 or 3 hours ago, I believe. No way! Why didn't you tell us something that... Wait, no. Why did you think that was suspicious? There must be at least one servant on standby at all times. It was my duty to wait for orders until they returned. What? Was Genji really this much of a robot? This is bad. This is bad. It's really bad. Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san were killed like this, which means that 3 people have already been killed. People die when they are killed. We ran towards Aunt Natsuhi's room with a touch of anxiety and just as much resignation. We ran in, before we even saw the inside of Aunt Natsuhi's room. We were forced to resign ourselves to a certain fact. On that door was a bizarre scribble? No? Rakugaki? Anyway, the room wasn't in an ordinary state, and without even opening the door, we could imagine what we'd find inside. On the face of the door, how should I say it? Handprints. Done heavily with the same red paint as the magic circles from before. Had banged on the door, scratched at it, dirtied it. It looked like the aftermath of a kindergartner playing in the mud. I didn't know what it could mean. The bright red paint that had been slathered on was dripping down, and even though no one said it, it made us think of blood. Genji-san, please open it. Aunt Rosa held her gun up high and ordered Genji-san to open the door. Genji-san approached it without seeming particularly troubled by the stuff on it, and turned the knob, but immediately turned around, shaking his head. It was locked. And at that moment, there was only one person in this mansion who could lock and unlock doors at will: Aunt Rosa. This time, Genji-san asked Aunt Rosa to unlock the door instead of the other way around. After frowning slightly for a second, Aunt Rosa handed me a master key and told me to open the door. Bather-kun, won't you open it for me with this? Just trusting Genji-san with something like that wouldn't. Aunt Rosa glared at me intensely. Getting into a fight here would make the mood turn even more sour. Without talking back anymore, I approached that creepy door and tried the knob. It didn't open. It was definitely the resistance of the lock. I stuck the master key into the keyhole. Clunk! There was a slight resistance. Aunt Rosa told me to be on my guard, and I opened the door without really guarding myself in any way. And then, there was a scene laid out before us that didn't betray my expectations at all. Horrible. As I thought, it's a reproduction of the 4th, 5th, and 6th Twilights. Ugh. The inside of the room looked as though a robber had just broken in. Drawers had been flung open, pulled out, and had their contents thrown about all over the place, leaving the room so cluttered you'd never believe it belonged to the methodical Aunt Natsuhi. But the very first thing that caught our eyes was Goda-san's corpse lying face down right in front of the door. Right in the center of his chest, almost as though it had been stuck there to finish off a vampire, was one of those demon stakes from before. Exactly how far could it have reached after being stuck that deep into his chest? Just imagine it would make anyone's chest hurt. I mean, it is 30 centimeters long, so you know. Was it gouging the chest the 5th Twilight? Ugh. Maria grabbed my hand. Her expression looked just like normal. But maybe she really was afraid of the aura in this room where 3 corpses lay. and along the wall farthest into the room, George Aniki lay dead. This time, one of the stakes had been rammed right into the center of his stomach. Oof. Was it gouging the stomach the sixth Twilight? Shannon-chan's corpse was face down in front of the dresser, lying in a sea of blood. Had she seen her own face at the end? In that horribly broken mirror stained with blood? Because she was lying that way, I couldn't see her face, but I could guess, even without seeing it. Nearby, in the sea of blood she lay in, a demon stake had fallen. Only the fourth Twilight was left. Gouge the head and kill. Maybe my heart was totally worn out and dead. Even though I knew it was wrong, I lifted her head and checked. And I confirmed that my guess had been right on the mark. There was a gaping hole in Shannon's head, and the insides were dripping out. Ah! Not only that, but you could even see inside her. Battler. After seeing that, I finally realized I was doing something wrong. I immediately averted my eyes, but by now it was probably pointless. Yikes! I mean, morbid curiosity is called morbid curiosity for a reason, but woof. Battler's a freak? Everyone in this family's a freak. Shouldn't surprise anyone, unfortunately. Hey, Battler cunt! You mustn't touch anything until the police come. What do you think you're doing touching it? What will you do if our precious evidence on the scene gets disturbed? Oh, the bugs will take care of that first. Don't worry about it. Aunt Rosa got violently mad at me and even tugged at the back of my collar. I tottered limply and fell on my butt, gazing dimly up at the ceiling, and his white suit is probably completely stained. Meow! Thank you for the follow, much appreciated. Maria? With this, even the 8th Twilight is over. What was the 9th Twilight again? On the 9th Twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. I see. After this, the Golden Witch Beatrice will be revived. What then? On the final 10th Twilight? On the 10th Twilight at Journey's End, you shall attain to the power of the Golden Land's treasures, once and for the last time. Very soon, the door to the Golden Land will be opened. Very soon, the witch shall be revived, and none shall be left alive. Huh. We're gonna die now? Or does this mean the ceremony of sacrifices is over, and that now at Journey's End, we'll reach the Golden Land? What is our journey? We've spent the whole day trying to find the culprit, spinning our heads as we try to break out of this situation, and we haven't gotten anywhere. It's like they say, thinking stupid is no better than sleeping. That's right. We spent the whole day burning ourselves up with hatred and paranoia. We were so sure that we could only trust the dead, that we came all the way here just to confirm these 3 deaths with our own eyes. If we're like this, why should we be able to make it to the Golden Land? That's right, if we couldn't resolve any of our problems anyway, it would have been so much better if we'd locked ourselves up the whole time without thinking at all. Grandfather's the wisest of us. He'd been shut up in his room since yesterday, without any contact with anyone. That was the right decision. Grandfather was the most correct of us all. It's okay, Battler. If you're with me, you'll be okay. The witch is very fickle, and she's a terrifying being who might kill humans partly for fun sometimes. However, if you're with me, you'll be okay, so don't be afraid. Thank you. Even if you're just saying it to console me, I'm glad. After Aunt Rosa finished investigating their corpses, she announced that she'd seal this room again. Chased the rest of us out, stole back the master key she lent me, and locked the door again. Apparently, George Aniki had been holding the key to Aunt Natsuki's room. She also collected that. Wait a second. She's got all the master keys on her person. Natsuki's own key was locked up inside this room. Doesn't that make it another closed room? So, what? This is the fourth closed room? Now that the suspicions surrounding those three had been cleared, we returned to the parlor once more. I don't have a clue what's going on anymore. If only the dead are innocent and everyone alive is a wolf. That leaves only me, Aunt Rosa, Maria, and Genji-san. And besides us, there's only Grandfather and the 19th person, the guest we've seen no trace of, Beatrice. 13 people have died and 6 are left. How would a wolves and sheep puzzle with only 6 people end? Even though a puzzle that started with 19 people has been reduced to 6, I can't think of an answer. We returned to the parlor. I was a bit worried that, while we were gone, a creepy magic circle or something might have been drawn on the parlor door. But, thankfully, we didn't find anything like that. Thank you, Genji-san. This is far enough. Please rest for the day. Certainly. Then, please excuse me. Hey, Aunt Rosa? Are you saying you'll leave Genji all alone in a situation like this? That's right. I do think it's quite dangerous. But, in that case, why is he safe? Suspicions. After those 3 headed to Natsuhine-san's room, he was alone the whole time. And yet, he's safe. It's a wolf and sheep's puzzle. Why would a sheep be safe if it was alone and therefore in its weakest possible position? Probably because by coincidence there weren't any wolves around. Wrong. Well, excuse me. It's because it wasn't a sheep. Are you saying Genji-san's a wolf? He said he was alone in the kitchen, but that's impossible to prove. The only ones who could have carried Dr. Nanjo and Kumasawa-san's corpses, who could have killed George and the rest, were him and Beatrice, right? Wait, with that argument, anyone... Battler-sama, thank you for your concern. I believe trust is won, not with 100 excuses, but with simple faithfulness. Even if I am not able to gain your trust, I wish to be faithful until the end. Genji-san? Then we're decided. If you truly are innocent, the police will prove that for us when they come tomorrow. So until then, we cannot remove you from suspicion. After your long years of service, I find it truly painful to treat you so poorly. But please understand about tonight. And when tomorrow comes, please let us make up again. Genji-san gave his head a small shake. Today and tomorrow, I will continue to be a servant of the Ushiromiya family. If you need anything, please say so at any time. Then, if you'll excuse me. After hearing all that, there was nothing left to say. Genji bowed deeply and left down the hall. Then, we entered the room. Even though Aunt Rosa still held all the master keys herself, she thoroughly checked the inside of the parlor again. She opened the curtains and checked again to make sure the windows were locked. As I watched, how should I say it? It felt like it didn't really matter anymore. If I said anything careless, it would turn into another fight. For a while, I gazed at her from the corridor, figured I'd wait just about long enough, and enter the parlor behind her. She doesn't trust anyone but the dead. Why doesn't she just go around killing everyone with the gun she's got in her hand? And then in the end, she'll realize that she herself is the wolf. And she'll just blast through that head of the final wolf and close the curtain on this insane murder drama. As I thought that bitterly, I returned to the sofa where I'd been encamped before, rudely resting both of my feet on the table. When I tried to do that, I found something there and stopped moving my feet. What is this? Right there, almost as though it had been addressed to me, was a Western envelope. It was the envelope from before, with the seal of the one-winged eagle. And it was unopened. What? Wait. What is this? Who put it in a place like this? When? Until I went with everyone to check the corpses, I was sitting here the whole time. And there wasn't anything there then. And when I returned, it was here. It's okay. Everything's still locked up securely. This room is safe. I heard Rosa muttering that. Wait. We made sure this room was safe when we left it. We checked that the windows were all perfectly locked. And we locked it up, came back, and the windows were still locked. Then... Wait. Who put this letter here? And how? I opened the letter. 2 pieces of stationery came out. The first page had a magic circle drawn on it with something like blood. I asked Maria, she'd probably know what it meant. And there was writing on the other page. Have you made progress in solving the epitaph? In just a short while, your time will be up in a flash. The night twilight will begin quite soon. There was no mistake. There was a letter from Beatrice. Oh? Battler, what is that? When we came here just now, it was sitting right there. What happened, Maria? Huh? Battler-kun, that letter. Wait, I was sitting right here. Why? Even though we checked to make sure this room was locked. Why? Why? Maria, come here, of course. Poor Paddler. And Rosa closed her eyes just a little, and after thinking silently for a moment, told Maria to come. Maria obeyed her mother's words. As she did, something unbelievable happened. And Rosa pointed the barrel of the gun at me. Battler-kun, I've concluded that you are a wolf. Why? When I came into the room just now, I saw that there was nothing at all on the table. And I know that Maria did not approach that table. We're talking about a short stretch of time. But the only one who claims to have approached the table and found the letter is you. How can you? Wait, that's all screwed up. Why would I put something like this here? Wait, I just found something suspicious and reported it, right? Why are you suspecting me? Because only you could have set that letter there. That's right, this is all a charade. You pulled an envelope from your pocket, then acted as though you just found it. To create the illusion that the witch entered a closed room, set down a letter, and left. Dumbass, are you thinking like that again? Doesn't my throat hurt? Nope. I do warm-ups. This is nothing. This is nothing. Drink lots of water. Drink lots of tea. Don't have dairy before you do a stream. And you will be fine. Strong. This is also like... How many... God, I'm trying to remember how many years I've been streaming now at this point. It's going on my 3rd year. So I've gotten very used to talking. Because I stream almost every day. I take Mondays off, and then if there's like stuff going on, I'll take those days off. But 6 days a week of talking for 3 hours a day? Your throat definitely gets used to it. Are you going to suspect me because of something like that? Cut it out! My dad and everyone else were killed. Why would I take part in the culprit's scheme? True. Even if you were offered a large sum of money, I don't want to believe in the existence of the sort of demon who would sell out their own parents. And again, maybe such a demon does exist. No, that's a bad way to say it. What if you didn't view Rudolph Nissan and Kirie-san as your parents? What? Think about what you're saying! Dad is dad, right? Of course I'm not related to Kirie-san by blood, but she's like a big sister to me. No way in hell I'll let a comment like that slide, you bastard! These games must be based in America? Why do you say that? Because she has a gun? Every time you come back, you see a gun. There's only one gun in the entire game, technically. But, Kinzo is indeed obsessed with the West, so that is probably why there is the gun. I'm just that lucky or unlucky. I mean, the character almost Rosa has had the gun on her person for most of the game and has not let it go. So I think most sprites, yeah, like most of the art with her will have the gun at this point. There's only like, I think, a few sprites where she doesn't. Especially now that she's getting more and more paranoid. Like, she's just pointing that gun at everything now. Ooh! Stop it! Ooh! Stop saying ooh! Sorry, that was a bad way to put it. True, Ushinomiya Battler may be Rudolph Nissan's child. But are you really that Battler-kun? Oh, God. Girl is so paranoid. What the hell are you talking about? If I'm not Battler, who else do I look like? All of us, including Rudolph Nissan, are seeing you for the first time in 6 years. No one can prove that you really are Ushinomiya Battler, right? Maybe you aren't Battler, but someone who snuck in, making a skillful bid to steal the wealth of the Ushinomiya family. Can you clearly prove that you're Ushinomiya Battler? Right here, right now? Cut it out, damn it! I'm me, Ushinomiya Battler. If we're going to suspect everything like that, are you really Ushinomiya Rosa? I'm myself, no one else. Yeah, that's right, it's just as you say. You can't trust anyone but corpses and yourself. If you're gonna go that far, let me make an objection. George Aniki and the others were found dead, and Natsuhi's room was locked. George Aniki had the key to that room, right? And by now, the only one with a master key is you, Aunt Rosa, right? Aren't you the only one who could have unlocked that room? My theory goes like this. You're in contact with the real culprit, and while I wasn't looking, you lent them one of the 5 master keys. I didn't do something like that. See? There were 5 of them here, right? Well, you got them back. Obviously, there's 5 of them. As if that matters. You could have had them set in a prearranged spot and collected it, right? And weren't you the one who doubted whether there were 5 master keys? So, how do you suggest that someone other than yourself placed that letter there? Until you find proof someone else did it, you're a wolf. Shut up! Then why don't you show me some proof? How do you claim the culprit killed George Aniki and the rest in that closed room? How did they lock it? We've reached the emotional impasse of the story, where the teenagers are just shouting, "Shut up! You don't understand!" That's exactly right. Natsuhi's room was exactly the same, just like usual. The door and the windows were locked from the inside. There was no frauds or tricks, no means of secret passage, nor places in which to hide. Natsuhi's own key was in George's pocket, and the inside of the room was sealed off. Only the 5 master keys were left, and Rosa was holding on to all of them. And, let me say this, the parlor's the same. The key to the parlor itself is sealed away in the servant room, so unlocking it without a master key is impossible. The definition of a closed room remains the same as always. Come on, now there's only one suspect? Or are you still playing innocent Ushinomiya Battler? Shut up! You shut up too! You're the one who should shut up. How do you claim the letter was placed here by anyone other than you? Unless you can prove such a thing happened, you're a wolf. If we can suspect me, then we can suspect you too. So try showing me some proof yourself. Rich, your beloved, yes. Good old Beatrice. And Anyway, weren't you the first person to enter this room and start checking the windows, Aunt Rosa? Then you guessed that I'd go back to where I'd been sitting and secretly place the letter there. It's possible for us to suspect that this is a trap of yours, right? Why would I use a trap like that? If I was a wolf, I'd shoot you with this gun without question. That proves nothing! Maybe you chose a roundabout way of setting a clever trap because you couldn't commit murder in front of Maria. The master keys are in your hands. So what happened? Both here and in the last room was all your doing, right? If you think you can talk your way out of this, then let's hear your excuses. That's right. You've been suspicious from the start, Aunt Rosa. Why is it even though 6 adults in the family conference were killed, you were the only exception? Why were you the only one not in that chapel? There can only be one reason. You invited Dad and the rest there and killed them. Timid, that explains everything, doesn't it? Don't fuck with me, stop saying things that don't make any sense! Uh-oh. Oh, stop it! You mustn't fight! Mama too, Battler too, stop it! It's no one's fault. It's not Battler or Mama's fault. The witch did all of this. It was done with magic. It's no one's fault. Oh! Maria thrust herself in between Aunt Rosa and me as the blood started rising to our heads. I was taken aback by Maria's crying voice and returned to my senses. Maria's a silly goober. She is. I like Maria when she doesn't have, when she's not having her, personality moments. I had acted shamefully just now. My eyes filled with tears. That's right. It's all the witch's fault, isn't it? All this about keys and tricks and alibis. All of it was stupid. Even though it's the work of the witch, we weren't even able to trust each other as humans. Right, Aunt Rosa? From the beginning, there wasn't a human culprit. It was all the work of the witch. So there's no way you're the culprit. And there's no way Maria, Genji, or I am either. Why has it come to this? Why am I screaming at Aunt Rosa, who I loved? Why am I having this fight with the kind aunt I loved so much? Why? Why does everyone have to suspect each other? I'm not gonna suspect my aunt. I'm not gonna suspect anyone. It's all the work of that witch Beatrice. It's all a crime that Beatrice committed with magic. Beatrice, please show yourself here and confess to us that you did everything. I'm sorry already. I'm sorry we've been suspecting each other like this. So forgive us, release us. Release us from this hell of suspecting each other until we see each other die. Give me my kind relatives and cousins back. I hate it all. You definitely exist as your victory. Show yourself, Beatrice! He's starting to sound like Kinzo. Am I still alive? Apparently, some time ago, Kinzo had fallen into a doze. He searched for his spectacles and looked at the clock. It was 10 p.m. That person's ceremony. Let's see, how far has it progressed? It must have come quite far by this time. Kinzo lifted his heavy body from the chair and approached the portrait of the witch that he had gazed at every day. Beatrice, very soon I will have a chance to be reunited with your smile. I care not if I die. If I can just see your smile one more time, I will not regret this life. So for heaven's sake, let me meet you one more time. And let me swear my love to you. Let me apologize for my crimes. But I won't let you escape. You are mine. From your hair to your toenails to the dirt under your toenails, you are mine. Every fragment of your flesh is mine, even the broth of your corpse. Oh, he's not taking the breakup well. No, he sure is not. I won't let you escape. This time you won't slip from my hands. I'll make you mine for all eternity. I will never let you escape a second time. I will never let you escape a second time. Okay, old man. Kinzo howled in rage, then suddenly fell to his knees as he shook and scraped at the wall. Okay, not after that. In an instant, he had started sobbing. That's wrong. I didn't want to say something like this, Beatrice. Please, let me see you one more time. Even if you only let me apologize. Beatrice! You are my beloved, yearned for. I was mistaken. If you would just smile, I wouldn't need anything else. I made a mistake. I made a mistake back then. I did something that cannot be taken back. In atonement, I offer all that remains of my life. In order to apologize to you, in order to atone for my crimes, I offered everything. Please, even if it must happen as I die, at least let me apologize just once. Beatrice. As Kinzo shook and cried, a butterfly appeared out of nowhere behind his small back, like a flake of gold leaf, and softly descended. You fool, Kinzo. Did you think any woman out there would fall for a man's tears? Oh, there are many women that like sobbing men. What are you talking about? Well, even if it wouldn't make a human woman fall for you, it might do the trick for a woman who is not human. Kinzo, do you remember the game of chess you played with me, which is still ongoing? Kinzo, as though he suddenly remembered something, approached the chess set. It was as it had been during the game he'd played with Nanjo until yesterday. After knocking all the pieces off the chessboard, he began to line them up again, one by one. It was a setup for an ongoing game. That's right, like this. I advanced my queen. That was quite a spectacular move. Perhaps it was a little too intense for you. I worried whether you'd abandon your piece or not. Worried for so long. Kinzo waited, with the opposite seat empty. Surely, very soon, his opponent would appear there, and he would be able to restart this game again. You fool, Kinzo. You want to apologize? You want to see my face again? You want to make me my smile an eternal thing? can't you say a much, much simpler word? Even though that is the sole element of this world. At that, Kinzo muttered. Was it a prayer? An entreaty? It was probably best to just call it muttering. I love you, Beatrice. They were pure words, like something an innocent child would say, without any evil intent. You really are a fool, Kinzo. If you ever have the chance to do your life over again, know that those words will never cause a woman to fall for you. That's right. Not unless a miracle happens. That's what makes this. At that moment, Kinzo definitely heard a small knock, one with a tempo that differed from those of the servants. Who is it? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. I'm asking who you are! Will you not answer? The woman beyond the door didn't answer. Could it be? Could it be Beatrice? Oh, you dumb. The woman beyond the door answered. On the night twilight, the witch shall revive, and none shall be left alive. Uncle needs his meds. It's been Genji hasn't prepared him his, 8th absinthe of the day. He's kind of losing it. Badler's figure was in the dining hall. He didn't feel like going back to the guest house in the middle of all this rain, and wandered half-heartedly around the mansion in search of any place where he could sit before setting up camp in the dining hall. He'd even locked the door. He thought the shapeless murderer, or maybe the Golden Witch, might come to kill him now that he was isolated. But he no longer had any desire to resist. Do you even feel like using a locked door to hold off the culprit? He wanted that person to come at him openly from the front. If it was the killer, he wanted to ask them about some of those wonderful closed room tricks as a parting gift. If it was the witch, he hoped she'd at least take his life with some spectacular magic. However, ironically, neither of those two came to meet him. Battler opened the liquor cabinet on his own and enjoyed the liquor to his heart's content. Oh no! Underage drinking, if he's gonna die. If he's gonna die, why not, huh? No longer was there anyone to scold him for drinking alcohol. He boldly rested his legs on the extravagant tablecloth and savored the high-quality liquor, which probably had a mind-boggling price, drinking it down straight from the bottle. Bro! Well, clearly he's had some alcohol before. Otherwise, it takes a hell of a lot of nerve to drink alcohol straight from the bottle. Considering most alcohol is stuff you sip, not, chug. Then, someone knocked. Father realized that someone had finally come to greet him. Bro is going to be so drunk in about 20 minutes. The room is going to start changing colors, and suddenly the floor is gonna be the ceiling. Even if he's good with alcohol, if you drink that much alcohol in a short period of time, oh yeah. Hey, it's not locked. Have I experienced that? Oh yeah. I can't drink alcohol now because of medication I have to take, but I have done my time like drinking way more than I should have. I have definitely... I'm trying to remember specifically. For me, when I drink, I don't really remember anything. But I remember one time I woke up and I was literally in my bedroom. But for whatever reason, I could not recognize that I was in my bedroom. Like, obviously you don't sober up immediately after, like, you fall asleep and then wake up. So I was still drunk. But I was looking around the room and I'm like, this isn't my room. Wait, is this my roommate's room? Oh god, I gotta get out of their bed. Whoever you are, please come in and go ahead and introduce yourself. If you're human, please give me your name. If you're Beatrice, please tell me your bust size. I may not look it, but I'm well known as a breast sommelier, you see. Oh my god. He is so drunk. It is Genji, Butler-sama. Huh. Genji-san, huh? Sorry, but I've got no interest in your bust size. Please come in. It's unlocked. Excuse me? Genji-san opened the door and bowed. What am I saying? What do you mean, what am I saying? I'm just reading! So, is Genji-san the criminal after all? Or maybe an accomplice? That theory would probably explain most of the tricks. Did you come to give me my last rites? Nothing of the sort. I apologize if I am disturbing you. Hey, saying I'm sorry without even telling me what you want is actually pretty creepy. What do you want? Are you gonna tell me that drinking alcohol is forbidden for minors? I'll just die anyway. Please let me do whatever I want, now that it's all about to end. Butler-sama, do you love alcohol so much that you would spend the little time you have left drinking? Those words pierced me. That wasn't true. I just can't cope if I don't drink. I can't even taste the alcohol at all. Wah! Was not expecting him to confess to being an alcoholic at 18. Oof. You are just like the master. Indeed, you inherited the master's blood strongly. You mean grandfather, the heavy drinker, was drinking to drown his sorrows the whole time? I've heard of it. Or first I've heard of it. After several sad incidents, the master's life was reduced to one of atonement alone. What is it you know? Beatrice's ceremony was completed when the 8th twilight ended. I believe I can tell you everything now. What? What did you say? My drunkenness was completely blown away. Truth nuke incoming. Yep, here we go. I lowered my feet from the table and listened carefully to hear what Genji would say next. Battler-sama. I shall guide you to the master's study. It would probably be best to hear it directly from the master and I. From both grandfather and... Hey, what in the world do you mean by that? Come, this way. I shall guide you, Battler-sama. After Genji-san told me to follow him, he started to walk down the corridor. I threw my drunkenness off completely and went after him. Wow. If only getting over alcohol was that convenient. Just like, you know what? I'm not feeling it anymore. I'm sober. If only that's how it worked. I mean, having a big surge of adrenaline would certainly make you feel more alert, but you're still technically drunk. We climbed a big staircase towards the 3rd floor. Genji-san stopped walking halfway. You've only drunk 1 beer anyway, so you're just yapping. Fair enough. Fair enough. I've tried most alcohols. I will not touch absinthe, though. I have heard way too many horror stories about people, just, like, being like, that is the most drunk and the worst hungover I've ever been in my life. I don't like tequila. Rum is okay-ish. I prefer, like, beer, wine, or cider. Or, like sake, soju. I guess more like, you know, the grain alcohols. Streamer, what should I drink? Oh god. I'll try absinthe. No! We are not responsible for anything that happens, okay? Drink responsibly. Drink only if you're of age. Blah 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 blah. He turned back and spoke. Battler-sama, from here on, you will probably see things you will not be able to understand. That's reassuring. Don't think that'll scare me. I've already seen enough incomprehensible things today to make me sick. Please accept what you see as you see it. And accept what you hear as you hear it. Hang on one sec, sorry. Family member messaged me about stuff because I'm coming for a visit, so I was like, oh, hold on. Because I want to finish. Usually we'd be wrapping up already, but since we're so close to the end of this chapter, I figured might as well just push it a little. What? Why? There's no need for questions like that. You will learn the truth, and that is all. I will leave it completely up to you, Battler-sama. Whether to accept it, believe it, or deny it. Genji-san checked one last time to see whether I was prepared to know the truth. The 8th twilight had already ended. And on the 9th twilight, the witch would revive, and nobody would be left alive. It meant that Beatrice had already been revived. if I was going to lose my life anyway, I wanted to know the truth in the end. It didn't matter how hard it might be to accept. Yeah. Even if a demon or a witch shows up, I'm prepared. Indeed, you are just like the master in his youth. Battler-sama, please be diligent in your studies. In the future, you will surely have great aspirations. And when that time comes, see to it that you are never forced to regret a lack of study and training. I'd be happy to, assuming I ever get a chance to work hard in my studies. Genji-san's silence felt like it was further confirming a certain resigned feeling I had. And then, the door to grandfather's study, surrounded by a sweet smell, came into sight. Genji-san took a gold key with an elegant design out from his pocket. The master keys had been confiscated by Aunt Rosa, but he'd kept the key to the study alone on his person. He put it in the keyhole, and it made a heavy clunking sound. Master, it is I, Genji. I have brought Battler-sama with me. There was no reply. But it seems that permission to go inside had been given. Come, Battler-sama. Please go in. Okay. I'll go in. I readied myself and threw the door open. At that moment, I got slightly disoriented by the dazzling golden glow. It was unbelievably a swarm of butterflies that shone gold. The gold butterflies that completely filled the inside of the study poured out all at once. What is this? It was almost like golden leaf confetti. The interior of grandfather's study was filled with the golden glow. And on a sofa like a reception chair in front of the study desk, I could see grandfather's back. There was someone on the side opposite from grandfather. It was in the shadow, so I couldn't see it well. Master, I've brought Battler-sama. Battler, is it? I'm busy thinking now. Be silent for a while. Kenzo declared that unhappily, his back still turned. It seemed he was enjoying a chess game with a visitor. Apparently, the opponent had counterattacked with a superb move. Kenzo seemed to be enjoying himself as he thought deeply, while occasionally laughing and groaning. I have thought for 30 years about how to counter this move. Have fun. Have fun with the move I have fermented for 30 years. Indeed, this is a deeply matured move. What fun. What fun. I see I'm no match for you. What is this? So you came, Battler. I've been waiting for a while. Be silent for Kinzo's sake. Isn't it too early to resign, Kinzo? I could have countered that move in several ways already. It should have been my first meeting with that witch. I always wondered why she wore that getup. I guess she wanted to wear something more modern. However, I knew this witch. I knew her from the portrait. Genji, serve some alcohol for Battler. What would be an appropriate liquor for this man? That which the master has loved since the days of his youth. Good, good, serve it. You did well coming here, Ushinomiya Battler. Absinthe, yup. First, sit down. You called my name many times, did you not? In deference to that, I allowed you to meet me. So, what will you ask me? What will you inquire? The door to the Golden Land will soon be opened. Soon, we will have a banquet to celebrate my revival, in which I will be welcoming in the witches. In the meantime, I'll answer your questions, as many as you like. I've got a bunch of things I want to ask. What happened on this island? And why did incidents like these occur? I want to ask about the closed rooms too. What about the chapel? What about Jessica's room? And the servant's room? And then Natsuhi's room? And the parlor? There's so much more I want to ask. About the witch's true nature. Is Beatrice really a witch? What's your goal? What do you want to make us do? And why did you call me here? Answer me about everything. Ah, be quiet! You think you'll get answers if you ask? Don't say that, Kenzo. A fragile and fleeting spider web did offer protection from King Herod once. Just like there is no useless things in this world, there are also no useless questions. Very well, I'll answer all your questions, but only on one condition. What is it? You hear everything and are able to accept my existence. Then you will kneel and kiss my shoes. I called you here because I wanted to make you surrender to me. Kenzo and I made a bet. We bet on which would come first. Kenzo thinking of a move or me making you surrender. I don't think I'll lose. Oh, damn you, talking so tough. Yeah, alright. Try and convince me. Try and convince me that you're a witch who can use weird, awesome, powerful magic. If I surrender, I'll kiss you or do anything else. The witch cackled gloatingly. Then she glared at him unpleasantly, with eyes that said, a man can't go back on his word. Well said. So, from what question shall I begin? I'll answer everything. Come, what will the first one be? Oh, the end! I mean, there's the banquet and the tea party and stuff like that, but... Then, the witch started to tell everything. She began answering all of Battler's questions. Everything made sense. He was convinced by it all. And then Battler had no choice but to admit it. The witch certainly did exist. What followed is a story that needs no retelling. When the king falls and you are defeated, it's time to reflect on your finished game. And then all you can do is set up the pieces one more time. The results died on the first twilight. Pierced through the back by the stake of Asmodeus. Jujutsu Kaisen cliffhanger. You're not wrong. Pierced through by the stake of Satan. Oof. Mammon. Beelzebub. Oof. George was Lucifer. Nanjo was Belphegor. And Kumasawa was Leviathan. Which, revived on the ninth twilight, opens the door to the Golden Land. Kinzo, after he acknowledged the existence and prostrated himself, the witch invited him to the Golden Land. Rosa, missing on the 10th twilight, did not invite her. Missing on the 10th twilight and invited to the Golden Land. So it looks like only Rosa didn't make it to the Golden Land. Kinzo chose the person he loved and lost. Maria chose the lost love of her mother. Genji chose a peaceful sleep. Sleep peacefully, Beatrice. Let nothing disturb your slumber ever again. The winner is the Golden Witch Beatrice, because time ran out before any of the 18 could solve the riddle of the gold. All 18 died. When the seagulls cried, none were left alive. Dun dun dun. Tick, tick. Oh boy. Dun dun dun. Okay, I mean technically there's more. We're about to find out what happened with Rosa. But it is past the time we usually finish up, so we will save the banquet and the tea party and stuff for next time. But hey, we're almost on chapter 3. Yahoo! That's great. See you next time. Thanks for the stream. Thank you, thank you. Alright. Big stretch. Okay. So, wrap up stuff. I will put up the schedule for this coming week on like the usual social medias and our Discord. It'll be a slightly shorter week because I am going away for the weekend. Alas, the only downside to actually having a life and doing stuff, right? Less streams. It is what it is. So tomorrow is my rest day, but I'll get the schedule done up. But in the Discord tonight, we're doing our usual anime watch-along at 7 p.m. EST. We're watching more of Prince of Tennis, the crazy anime from the early 2000s where tennis balls are destroying the world. That is only mildly an exaggeration. Alright, let's see who we can raid. Ooh! Perry! Destroying the world. Yup, destroying the world. Perry's doing some just chatting stuff. And some quiz. Oh, it's a trivia game quiz. Gotcha, 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 gotcha. Oh, I actually know this one. It's like showing a different like image on the screen. It's like, oh, like what if like there was an anime about my job and I'm looking at it, I'm like, I know what this is from. Okay. before I get distracted any further. Here is Raid. And here is Discord. So we're gonna go hang out with Perry. Perhaps we will test some anime knowledge. We shall see. I might just end up lurking. We will find out. Alrighty. That's gonna be it for me. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for hanging out, everybody. Alrighty. So, if it's daytime where you are, have a wonderful rest of your day. And if it's nighttime, have a great rest when you head on off to bed. Until next time, take care of yourself, wash your face, brush your teeth, eat a good food. And I'll see you next time. Bye-bye! Bye-bye-bye! The answer was Shirobako in the quiz. I got it. I got it.